No, it's just a study session.
All right, let's go ahead and open up the study session. It's 5 o'clock. We're gonna go ahead and open up our study session and convene the study session. And Gabriel, this study session is in particular to street vendors, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct, Mr. Mayor. Director Perez is getting ready right now, but this will be a follow-up to a previous study session we had in regards to street vending, which is a state law. We recently had a community outreach event that was very successful, that was attended by a lot of street vendors, nonprofits, and brick and mortar businesses. Kind of the game plan for staff is to have this other study session in place, get final feedback from the council, hear a couple more residents' ideas, concerns, and then bringing you back the first reading on November 8th. And then the second reading on December 14th.
And just for the record, the council has not had a study session. We have, this item was presented at the city council.
Oh, correct. My apologies. You are.
And so this is our first study session.
Yes.
This item.
So, and that's our game plan as of now. And, Director Perez will provide you an update on what we've been working on.
Director Perez. No, just the city council meeting. Okay, Mayor, members of the council. So this item was brought forward to the city council at a previous meeting of the council. We talked about the California state law that allows for sidewalk vending. Previous to that, all kinds of restaurant merchandise type sales would either be through special events or would require it to occur through a brick and mortar establishment. The state law opened up the doors for this to exist within the public right of way. And when we're talking about this, I think when we've been talking about this as staff, I think sometimes people have the picture that sidewalk vending is the same thing as some of the taqueros that you might see set up on private property. That's a completely separate thing than we're talking about here with the sidewalk vendor ordinance. And we'll talk about that in a little bit. So SB 946, which was passed in 2018, authorizes the city to regulate time, place, and manner for sidewalk vending, as long as it's related to objective health and safety and welfare concerns. And there were subsequent modifications to the law. There was SB 972, 2023, which revises certain equipment requirements for sidewalk vendors selling food, expands the types of food preparation activities that sidewalk vendors can perform, and streamlines the permitting process for sidewalk vendors.
And then Gabriel, because I want this to be kind of a little bit of a back and forth and be able to ask questions as you're presenting. So go back to the first slide. So underneath the law, and this is a law that was passed by the state of California in 2018, SB Senate Bill 946, it says prohibits cities from regulating sidewalk vendors except in accordance with the provisions of SB 946. So in other words, sidewalk vending is allowed now through state statute, correct?
Correct.
So this isn't the city council that has said, we're going to allow it. This is something that we want to see, right? This is, nobody here on this dais has given direction to say, we're going to allow sidewalk vendors. The state law is what gave the direction. And the state law is what's saying that sidewalk vendors are allowed and permitted within the city.
That's correct. So until we have an ordinance, we can't do much in enforcing things like time, place, and manner of sidewalk vending in the city.
And the state law is not just Coachella, right? It's Indio, it's La Quinta, it's Palm Desert. So the state law is superseding any local law. And by right, sidewalk vendors have the ability to vend. And if there is no ordinance, they can basically vend anywhere throughout the city.
Pretty much anywhere without from the city until we have an ordinance in place that regulates where they could go.
So the question we're trying to understand and what we're trying to do is because the state law has allowed them to ban. We're trying to say, what are our regulations and where do we want them? Is that the objective?
Yeah, that's correct. Right. And the city did draft an ordinance in 2020 to start to address this. We haven't adopted it. It's still in the works. There was a draft before, but what we're looking to get today is some feedback from the city council and exactly like a back and forth dialogue on what we should be considering this ordinance.
And it's safe to say that based off of what we're seeing in the community, based on the fact that we're seeing more taqueros, we're seeing more people set up vending machines, whether they be fruteros, flowers, whether they be they're selling nieve out there too now. That we've gotten to a point in Coachella where there's enough vending that's occurring that we need to take action. I mean, hopefully, is that how the council feels, that, or should we just not do anything and just let it be status quo? I mean, that's really what we're after, but I certainly see a lot of vending going on, and there might need to be regulation. So there's businesses here, there's on both sides. I just want everybody to know what the law is. The law is saying that vending is allowed in the state of California. It's not the city council, it's the law. And now what's occurring is we're looking at it as a city and we're saying we can choose to regulate it. What we're working on is how we're going to regulate it. Just want to get that out there from the get-go.
Yeah, that's correct. So I want to talk about the difference between a sidewalk vendor and a roaming sidewalk vendor. So a sidewalk vendor, as it's shown on the screen, it means a person who sells food or merchandise from a push cart, stand, display, pedal-driven cart, wagon, showcase, rack, or non-motorized conveyance, or from one's person upon a public sidewalk or other pedestrian path. That's a sidewalk vendor. That's something that's more stationary. The other is a roaming sidewalk vendor, which means that they move from place to place to be able to complete a transaction. So under the state law, it does allow for both a sidewalk vendor and a roaming sidewalk vendor. This isn't something, yes, that's correct, that the city is saying we are trying to allow. It is already permitted in the state.
So the state law again has allowed for stationary and roaming.
Correct. So this is what we cannot regulate according to the law, right? So the law does prevent us from regulating certain things. So what we cannot prohibit is all sidewalk vending. So we have to allow it to exist in the city in some form or manner, right? But we can look at health and welfare type provisions. The other is imposing a requirement due to economic competition concerns. So we've heard this, in some of the community meetings or feedback from restaurants. It's like, oh, the sidewalk vendor, it's going to provide economic competition for me. Might put me out of business, or and so we can't put a regulation in place that would be because we are trying to avoid competition with a brick and mortar restaurant or some other retailer that sells merchandise.
On that same point, Gabriel, I got a few calls leading up to this meeting from local paleteros that they feel that this protects them from being able to sell at the parks on the weekends while the soccer clubs are playing. And they've shared that they've been kicked out multiple times. And so if the law states that they can't be kicked out because of economic competition, their understanding is that the club has the right to say who vends and who doesn't vend, based on, it goes to them and it's not the city. But wouldn't this apply to that too?
Yes, and in that case, and we'll go into that a little bit, the ordinance that we would adopt would look at allowing street vendors within a public park, right? It would not be allowed in a public park where we have concessions agreements. So those concession agreements need to be followed. So if the street vending is occurring not in compliance with those concession agreements, then we could regulate that, definitely.
Would the concern for concession agreements is because of economic competition concern?
I don't know if that qualifies as an economic competition. I mean, there's just like a,
Yeah.
Well, it would be, that's why, that if you're the club. And you have the right to sell the permit to one person, to someone. And then this other paletero can't come in. They don't want it because they lose that revenue, that's an economic competition. So that should apply, I think, when we evaluate that. And we should allow our paleteros and to go in there regardless whether. You know, the club themselves do, based on the state law.
correct.
So-
And I would look to, you know, the city attorney's office to evaluate that a little bit more to see if that can be enforced. And whether that's allowed, ultimately, that's gonna be a decision of the city council if you want to be
But
able to allow it.
here it says we can't regulate that based on the state law.
Based off of competition. And so that's something we can look at. It's a
It allows-
one-off.
When you have a concession stand there, it does, but if it's another part, they. don't have a
Right,
concession
that's
stand, then it wouldn't apply.
It seems
Okay.
contradictory, but we can look at it later.
So it's a one-off, and just again, so that I'm following. The state has said, it's not the city council that's allowing vendors and street vendors. But the state of California has said, you need to allow every city vending, either stationary or mobile. And by the way, there's three things that you cannot prohibit. You cannot prohibit people from sidewalk vending. You cannot prohibit based off of economic competition concerns. And you can't prohibit based off requiring a sidewalk vendor to attain an approval from a third party. So in other words, non-government agencies, oh, okay, the only way you can do this is if you go to, you know, some vendor or some private sector and then sign up with them. And then you can sell, right? Like, so in other words, it's basically saying, Coachella, you have to allow vendors in. And it's not the city council, it's not us wanting to allow this types of use. I just want to be very clear because I'm already hearing rumors that it's this council that's doing it, and it's not. It's the state.
And the state just has allowed it.
The
So,
state has allowed it.
I mean, it's the law. Once it was enacted, it came effect January the next year. It's been the law throughout the state where the state themselves allow sidewalk vending. For background, this came about what was going on in Los Angeles. A lot of the hot dog push carts that you see after concerts and events. And the city of LA was cracking down on those push cart vendors. A lot of them were immigrants. And the city of LA was trying to figure out a way to work around that. They were taking too long, and because it took too long, the state went ahead and passed a statewide law that allowed for sidewalk vending, and it only allows us to regulate when there's objective health and safety reasons we can regulate. But that's been the law that allows it everywhere throughout the county, throughout the city. It's a state law, and we have to follow the state law. All we can do is regulate in certain areas.
Got it.
And I'm gonna bring it back to one of the points I brought earlier. In fact, on top of what you're saying, Mayor, things that were brought up, I think, by restaurants before, it's like, you know, the people that have multiple tents that are on a private property that have the whole al pastor like setup and all that. That's not, a lot of that, what we're seeing are not street vendors under the state law. That's happening on private property. That can be regulated. Those are like code issues, right? So I want to make a big distinction, because what we're talking about is what would be able to operate in the public right of way. And what that means is the area on the side of the street that's owned by the city, that includes the sidewalk. Some of the stuff that we're seeing, I'll show you a picture, is taking place on private property.
Okay, so then I think that's gonna be very important to differentiate between what the state allows, or what the state said the street vending is, sidewalk vending, and then what is occurring. And so that way we can be clear in terms of what's allowed by the state, and then what's occurring that's not allowed by the state.
Correct.
Okay, so we need to get a good understanding.
The last point is requiring a sidewalk vendor to obtain approval from a non-governmental entity. So that means if we told them they needed to get approval from like, I'm trying to think of an example, like
So
the,
a third party, like say
The soccer
somebody
club.
sets up a whole food truck park and, oh, you can bend over there.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Would
what
that
we,
not apply to that soccer club example I said? Because they would need to get a permit to a soccer club?
It could too.
yeah, so we,
That will.
I see where you're going there, right?
Yeah.
That example that I brought up. So what we can regulate is this, the hours of operation, reasonable sanitation requirements, compliance with Americans with Disabilities Act requirements, requiring sidewalk vending permit and business license, because right now we don't require a sidewalk vending permit, but we can do that under the state law. Require a California Department of Tax and Fee Administrator sellers permit, requiring additional licenses from the state and local agencies such as county health permits. In some cases, right, requiring submission of information on vendors' proposed operations. So we can require that. This is what's not covered in the ordinance. So this is an example. This is probably about 20 feet off of the curb. So this would fall outside the public right of way. But it's a setup for like food, right? It's not a brick and mortar. It's a temporary setup. This is not regulated under the state law. This is up to the city to be able to regulate.
So this is not a street vending.
This would not be street vending.
What is a street vending?
Street vending would be someone selling food
Do we have
or
pictures?
other merchandise. Don't have a pic. This would be street vending if it was on the sidewalk and about 15 feet from the curb. This is outside that distance.
The only difference is the location.
The only difference.
And obviously, if you're in a sidewalk, it's a minimal area too. So I would think of the hot dog cart. Right, because you're in a sidewalk and you need to allow for ADA passage. So we're thinking a smaller, either stationary where you don't move or you move. But I think the traditional push hot dog would be that's it. If it's in the sidewalk, you still allow people to walk on the sidewalk, and that's confined within that. These are not sidewalk vending, obviously.
They're on
But
private.
I think the most
property.
traditional would be a hot dog cart.
Okay, and then these are not street vending operations or sidewalk vending operations. Why? Because one, they're not on a sidewalk. And then two, they're not on city right away.
They're not on city right away.
Okay, and then three, they're on private property.
They're on private property. The alternative is they could potentially be in a park if the city allows it. The location shown in the picture is not in a park.
Okay, so that's important to understand, right? That what is a street vendor and where are they allowed? And what you have said is that they're allowed on areas where sidewalk, public right of way, and what was the last one?
Park.
Park.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you saw, a vendor like this in the parking lot in a shopping center,
Mhm.
that would not be a sidewalk vendor, right? So, I mean, a distance is probably about 15 feet from a curb. That would be a typical right of way. So you can operate kind of in that distance. So just feedback, we did have community forum September 26th. There was good attendance and both from representatives or supporters of brick and mortar businesses, but also advocate for sidewalk vendors. There was a lot of things mentioned in support or against a sidewalk vendor ordinance. But one of the things that was identified, at least by one of the attendees, was adopting a separation between the sidewalk vendor and the entrance to a brick and mortar business, which is in the code but not defined by distance. And then there was also recommendations, but by advocates for sidewalk vendors of maintaining a low fee for sidewalk vendor permits. Now, the sidewalk vending permit that we would adopt, there hasn't been a fee assigned to it yet. We'd have to adopt that by resolution. So that's something definitely that the council could weigh in on. But that was some of the feedback that we did receive from that community forum. There was some other comments that we did receive about the requirements for ice cream trucks. because they have certain requirements that they have to follow, like LifeScan and insurance. And so they wanted to understand why this would be different. So the draft ordinance was being adopted, considered and written in 2020. It would amend 3 sections of the code. One is the business license regulations, health and safety, and then Title 12, streets, sidewalks, and public places. What was being considered at the time was a actual vendor cap. There isn't a vendor cap we are considering right now. It actually wasn't in the actual draft ordinance, but it was talked about in the staff report when the first reading was prepared for city council. And it looked at a cap of 50 vendors. And so currently that is not being considered as part of the ordinance. But I just want to,
how many vendors we currently have in the city?
we don't have a good survey of how many vendors we have right now. But, if that's something the city council would like us to follow up with, we can.
Or I don't even think we even have nearly 50.
I don't think we have that many
Yeah.
vendors at all. So the permits required and everything's in red, is based on some direction from city council when we first brought this to city council's attention, but also some feedback from staff. So I want to go over this, right? So if we did require a sidewalk vendor permit, we were looking to adopt all the bullet points, right? One was a business license and a sidewalk vending permit, right? Every business and operation requires a business license, but for a sidewalk vendor, it would include a sidewalk vending permit. There was no disagreement about that. Point number 2 is a copy of the California seller's permit with sales tax number issued by the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration. We were okay with that. I guess there was concern about the cost of that, but apparently that's free and there's no cost to receive that permit.
Yeah, it's free, and we would recommend that because everybody pays their taxes, so this is how the state captures its sales tax.
It's food tax.
Roses are like, yeah, certain foods aren't, but
So,
I think processed food, yeah, it sells, yeah, a restaurant charges you tax.
okay.
So the previous concerns that were raised about, the permits you had to receive and then if it was costly. So if this is free, then it may make sense to obtain that permit.
And by the way, I don't own a small business, so understanding the taxation is important for me. That's just, I don't know.
The next point is driver's license or tax ID number. So what we did cross out, we did mention a municipal ID number, but one, we didn't know how we would actually establish that municipal ID. And I think the idea behind that is if you were undocumented and didn't have citizenship, then that might be something that would come into play. But one thing that we talked about as staff is that you can actually get a driver's license, whether you're a citizen or not. Or if we could use a passport as a way to be able to receive identification. So these are all ors, so it could be driver's license or passport or tax ID number. The next point is a county health department permit or a food handler permit. So it could be either one or the other. The other is a site plan of the vending location with a minimum 36-inch clearance. And I'll go into that a little bit, why 36-inch clearance. The general liability policy of $1 million. And I know that was a concern. It is something that's required for ice cream truck vendors. But there was, staff did talk about this too, and we did get direction from city council that this may be something that we want to remove from the ordinance and then, but require indemnification. And I know the
And that's for the
manager
ice cream
thought
trucks
that was
too?
important.
For the ice cream trucks, remove this from the ice cream trucks?
We could, if the city council wanted to revise or update that ordinance.
Yeah, and for us, it's important to have this identification for future lawsuits because vendors can sue the city if we don't have an offsite improvement in place and there's no street light. And I think it's a better compromise than them spending money on a liable policy, insurance policy.
And then the last point there in the ordinance from 2020 draft, it said a LifeScan background check filed with the chief of police. I think staff agreed with that, but also council gave direction that that should probably be removed. It actually could be an impediment for someone to try to get a permit, especially if they might not be documented. And so it would probably lead to them operating without any kind of sidewalk vending permit. Permitted locations, this would be for stationary sidewalk vendors. So it could be allowed in non-residential zones and mixed-use zones, but would not be permitted in residential zones in the city. You're required to leave a 36-inch accessible path of travel. Private building entrances and private driveways parking may not be blocked, but we did get some feedback at the community forum of at least defining what that means to not block a building entrance, because right now it just says blocked. What does that mean? Should we put a distance requirement? In my opinion, it's good to be measurable with this. So it's specific, right? So if there's a court enforcement case, we go out there, well, how do we define it, right? So the recommendation is some range between 15 to 25 feet. So we'd like to get your feedback from council on that. The next is not permitted within 10 feet of a fire hydrant, fire escape, bus stop, loading zone, handicap parking spaces for obvious safety reasons and convenience for the public. And then 30 feet of a street and highway intersection. I'll go into that in a different figure after the slide. Not within the vicinity of farmers market, swap meet, and temporary event permit. Now, staff, we talked about that. We're like, well, what does this mean exactly, right? So let's say you had like a Run with Los Muertos event, or you had the Tacos Chavelas and the event that we just had this weekend, tequila. So technically, like, it depends what vicinity means, right? So if you had taqueros that operated right outside of the event, well, like people might go there, right?
Yeah.
So what is the distance we'd want? So as staff, we thought it made sense, maybe 300 feet, at least to define it, right? So we'd like to have city council weigh in on that distance so that it makes sense and it's measurable. Last is that there's public or street parking or private parking within 500 feet of a vending area. And this is for obvious safety reasons. So if you have someone that's set up somewhere on the sidewalk and there's no available parking, you could create an unsafe situation, right? If there isn't available parking, they might park on an arterial street, and that could create, a traffic hazard, a safety hazard, definitely a life safety hazard for individuals. So there is, what I meant by 30-foot distance, there's this language and it's very long. So, and I didn't understand it when I first read it. So we're like, hey, we need to make it understandable for both staff and for the public. So we're going to include a figure, but what was meant in the code is a 30-foot distance as shown. So pretend like the blue is an intersection and a curb. So where you create like a box, it's 30 feet, right? So it'd be 30 feet in both directions. So outside of that red line, from the intersection, you would be able to operate your street vending, right? So what that means, and why that would be the case is that if you're a pedestrian crossing the street at an intersection, you could be blocked by potentially a street vendor, right? And so that's why that recommendation was put in place. It could cause a hazard, especially if the street vendor is a very popular street vendor. You could have a big line and it could cause an issue of pedestrians kind of backing up, right? So, here's an example of a typical sidewalk cross section of 6 feet. And so for ADA purposes, we need a 36-inch clear area. It doesn't leave a lot of room for that sidewalk vendor to operate on the sidewalk, but it does allow for 3 feet. There are some areas in the city where it is wider than 6 feet. Some examples are the Garibaldi Market on Avenue 50. Actually, that sidewalk is maybe like 7 or 8 feet. The widest sidewalks are obviously right here in downtown 6th Street. And here's the example, right? It's probably 20, 25 feet. So sidewalk vending in parks. Right now the ordinance would not prohibit sidewalk vending where a concession stand is operated by a vendor under exclusive contract with the city, such as Bagduma Park and Rancho Las Flores. Our understanding that we could enforce that, but we can discuss that more. We can. Parks that do not have a concession agreement in place are the parks listed there. So the Avenue 53 Tot Lot, Sierra Vista Park, Dayland Park, De Oro, Veterans Memorial Park. And then there is a requirement that all stationary and roaming sidewalk vendors must be at least 50 feet away from another sidewalk vendor. And I'm sorry, and I should have stopped there. But so that there is a concentration requirement. So there is a distance of 50 feet in the parks, but there isn't a distance requirement for stationary vendors outside of parks. Other requirements is that sidewalk vending can only occur between 6 a.m. and 1:30 a.m. every day. So that's a pretty long range of time that it could operate. Maintain area in a clean, orderly, and sanitary condition. No tables, chairs, fences, shade structures permitted within vending activities. So I think there's a perception that, like in the picture that I showed you earlier, that's taking place on private property, where sometimes they put out tables and chairs and all that, that this would allow for that. This wouldn't allow for that. You wouldn't be able to have all those tables and chairs in public right away.
Can we do why 1:30? Why not 2 a.m.?
We could do that. That was just what the ordinance stated before. But I don't know exactly what the reason would be for 1:30 a.m. So, yeah, if we got direction to go 2 a.m., I don't have any major objections to that. So exterior storage is prohibited. And then last is no discharge of liquid into city streets, storm drains, catch basins, or sewer facilities. Obviously, that's to avoid chemicals from spilling out to the streets. So we have to monitor pollution, the city. So roaming sidewalk vendors would be a little bit different. That can operate in residential neighborhoods. And the current ordinance says between 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. And a lot of that is to prevent vendors operating in night hours where people are kind of winding down and then potentially going to sleep. Sidewalk vending hours for non-residential zones shall be conducted between the hours of 6 a.m. and 1:30 a.m. every day, as I mentioned before. The sidewalk vendor does not conduct sales from a public street. Here are the penalties. So this is if a sidewalk vendor violates the ordinance, then these are the violations that could be charged according to the state law. So the first violation, the city would be allowed to charge an administrative fee of $100. The second violation within 1 year of the first is $200. Each additional violation within 1 year of the first violation, $500. And then the fourth and subsequent violation, revocation of permit. Now, staff talking about this, we thought it would make sense to allow for 2 warnings before an administrative fine was issued. So then the next one on this slide, it says a violation of vending without a sidewalk vending permit. So this is not necessarily just violating the ordinance. This is if you don't have a sidewalk vending permit from the city. And this is how the city is permitted under state law to charge a fine. So first violation, $250, second, $550, additional fines, $1,000. But again, in this case, we recommend 2 warnings. This is what other cities regulate, looking at other ordinances. They do regulate proximity to schools. Our current ordinance does not have a regulation for proximity to schools. Something that staff talked about is something similar to the ice cream vendor ordinance, where it says 300 feet distance when a school is in session and 30 minutes before and after schools are in session. So we'd like to get some feedback from city council on that. Proximity to doorways to a building, store, theater, church, place of assembly. We talked about that earlier, looking at a distance between 15 to 25 feet. Others that are regulated is proximity to a freeway on-ramp In this case, it was recommended 30 feet for safety reasons. And then proximity to other vendors, other cities do regulate that. We only recommend that for the parks, but for public right of way throughout the city, we don't actually recommend a cap at all. So the alternative here is we could proceed with the draft ordinance, but we would like to get your feedback on some of those areas in red. We could default to state law and maintain the status quo and not enforce. But doing that, we have seen cases where street vendors are operating like on the sidewalk, actually blocking the sidewalk, right? So for your handicap, that would pose a pretty severe situation for them and having access. But that's the end of my presentation. Happy to answer any
So
questions.
let's go over this from the beginning. The city of Coachella Council is not proposing a street ordinance. The state law has allowed it. Number two, we don't have a draft or, well, we have a draft ordinance, but we don't have an ordinance in place at all. Right now, we're de facto state law, which basically says vending is allowed. What we're trying to establish here is an ordinance that looks at how we can regulate street vending. There is a difference between a street vendor that is on a sidewalk, and there's a difference between someone that's on private property. We are not, private property vending is not allowed. Correct?
Correct. Yeah,
Nor
unless they
is
have a
this-
special event.
Nor is this ordinance trying to regulate private property vending. That's correct, right?
That would have to be handled outside of this.
Okay. So I think we're pretty clear on what's happening and what we're trying to do. We're trying to create an ordinance that gives us more teeth or limits or whatever the state law. And there's certain requirements, there's 3 requirements that we can't do. We can't do it because of competition. We can't eliminate like a third party to a third party. And then the other one was what, Gabriel?
We have to allow it.
No. We
April, do
we
you-
can't prohibit on all sidewalks. So prohibiting all sidewalk vending. So we have to allow it in some areas of the city, is what it's saying. Okay, so
And
that's where we're at, and then let's hear from the community, because there's a lot of folks here that want to talk to us, and we'll go ahead and allow for public presentation, for public comments on this.
Gabriel, a quick question is that, is this available to us? The PowerPoint presentation?
Yeah, we can make this available to it too.
I do have concerns about, and we do this quite a bit, is where we have a special, like a study session, or even some of the items on the agenda, and they don't have attachments. And so that does concern me, because that means that people coming in here today aren't prepared, because they're getting the information. It's meaty, it's heavy, there's a lot to it. And so if we can get in the habit of putting the attachments so that people can, review it and study it. And then also obviously be able to hear it here, but I just think it just provides more accessibility to the information. And then also is for those who can't attend, if they have access to the presentation, then they can submit public comments. But if they don't know what's going to be reviewed, then it limits them from being able to provide comments, not knowing what is being introduced. So
And then Gabriel,
just get in the habit of that.
the session that you had, the first hearing session, what was presented in front of?
The community forum. A similar presentation. I know the city manager was able to give that. And then city staff was available to also be available to answer questions about the state law or the potential ordinance that the city was looking to adopt.
So vendors did have that or people did have that at the study session. And what's the process? So let's just say hypothetically today, we can agree on a lot of this, which I don't think we're gonna be able to in 20 minutes. So we'll probably continue the study session, but it's gonna go to the planning commission next.
This wouldn't need to go to the planning commission unless the city council wanted to, because it's not Title 17
I
zone.
think it should. I think it should. I think they should be allowed to look at it and we can, from there, they come here. All right, let's open it up to community feedback and let's hear the concerns. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to address us on this issue?
Good afternoon, my name is Armando Martinez. In regards to your question, Mayor, of what is a visual of a street vendor? I had some copies just to help out on the PowerPoint.
Thank you.
That way you guys actually see what really, determines a sidewalk vendor.
Thank you.
And the brick and mortar community, the restaurants and businesses are really concerned about this. And we understand we can't oppose it because it's a mandate, it's state law, but we are, in that manner or way, holding the city of Coachella responsible to come up with a really structured ordinance in a manner that it could, also protect the small businesses. And I have a little letter of petition. Can I hand them out? Oh, yeah, so I just ran out of paper and ink, so just one was printing and the rest share.
No, thank you so much.
Denise and Natalie, one for the mayor and for Frank and
Thank you.
and local battles we have now. I ran out of paper, it's just too much. But
How many folks are in your petition, by the way?
oh, it's just a letter. It's just a letter that the concerns that the brick and mortar businesses have. Most of the businesses that I spoke to are very upset. And I understand the reason for being upset because of this new law that came into effect. And like I tell them, well, I understand that we have licenses, permits, insurance, and whatnot to pay to keep our business open and keep it running. Yet at the same time, we have to work with the city to find a solution to the problem. We cannot just come here and shout and scream, but we have to meet halfway. We have ways to find a solution to the problem, and that way we can all be a win-win situation for all of us. And those are all the businesses that agree with that letter. And like I said, they're just concerned and worried about what's going to happen.
We appreciate you, Armando, and thank you for organizing with the small businesses. We understand the importance of our small businesses, and believe me, I think all of our concern here is not to hurt any of our small businesses. And so I think our goal is to do something that's fair and equitable and where everybody's playing by the same rules.
Definitely. Well, thank you all for your time and patience.
That's Armando.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
Hi, good evening, council members of City of Coachella. Thank you for allowing us to speak and for bringing up this study session. Just wanted to address some concerns. So my name is Brian. I'm with the Inland Coalition for Immigrant Justice, and we're here to advocate on behalf of street vendors. We believe that they offer, a very important contribution to the city, not just in the businesses that they conduct, but culturally in the food that they provide and the accessibility that it provides for immigrant workers and documented workers that may not be able to be part of the formal economy. What we want to address specifically, first of all, we're very glad to see that the vendor cap was not included in the draft. We hope it stays off of the draft because as part of our recommendation, we cited that violates state law and could affect the city negatively. And furthermore, we want to bring up that I believe we have sent you all an organizational letter as well. This was from various organizations, not just all throughout the IE, but from organizations right here in the Coachella Valley. Our partners here recognize the importance of protecting street vendors as well. And while we can sympathize and understand the concerns of small businesses, we also want to address that as well. We don't think that small businesses will be negatively affected by street vendors. And in fact, we've been through other campaigns that we've been a part of and other organizations that have also advocated for street vendors, such as in LA, have shown that street vendors and small businesses can not only coexist, but can even benefit from one another. This can be done through such things as shared kitchen agreements. I understand that one of the main concerns is the health and wellness of the community. due to the fact that, well, sometimes street vendors just do not have access to certain facilities, or they may be wondering, or the safety of what they think is, if they cook it at home. Shared kitchen agreements can be agreements entered upon between a street vendor and a participating business owner that would like to open up their kitchen to them for them to use, usually and oftentimes during non-operating hours. So this would not cut into their own, their own time, their own ability. Oh, screen time's up.
Go ahead.
Their own time or their own usage of their own kitchens. So we'd like to address that as well, that there can be that that cooperation within small business owners. And as well that street vendors oftentimes do not sell the same foods that small business owners sell. Their foods are very different, and that doesn't compete with them. As well as that, let me see, I believe there was other points I wanted to bring up. But yes, and as well for that, just a quick question, is that how much time I have left?
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
think they
Alright.
added. they
We have
added-
time for you.
Oh.
They added it a little late, no?
I appreciate it.
Keep going,
But
Brian.
yes, but
You're
yes,
on a
as
roll.
well. But just as well,
We
yeah.
don't have enough time for it because there's a lot of people speaking, and I think like
Okay.
they posted it very late.
I'll
Yeah,
wrap it up.
but you
soon,
just
though.
posted 3 minutes after like 2 minutes. I want to be fair to everyone here.
Go go ahead, Brian.
Sure, I'll be wrapping up anyways pretty soon. But yes, and on the question of business fees, I hope that, there is a possibility for not only the reduction, but possibly the waiving of the business license for low income 55 and up senior street vendors. Oftentimes the business license and those very what could seem to small fees to other people are rather large obstacles to street vendors who oftentimes operate with very, very small profit margins. This obstacle is often proved to be the very reason that they don't formalize. And in our work and our experience, the time that we have spoken with street vendors, they do want to formalize. They're always asking us questions. They always want to know if there's a possibility that, there can be help or assistance. So to wrap it all up, I urge that this council adopts a more educational approach first, reaches out a helping hand rather than just immediately reaching for punitive measures. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Next speaker.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Ana Gabriela Cota, solo hablo español, ¿tienen problema?
Está bien. Like, close.
Yo soy dueña de un restaurante pequeño que lo abrí hace 8 años aquí en Coachella. Si no me afectara, se los juro que no estuviera yo aquí en estos momentos para nada molestando. Vendemos cosas casi exactas, parecidas que los street vendors, vendemos tacos también. Yo soy una business owner de Coachella que genero trabajo en Coachella y que me gasto mi dinero aquí en Coachella. Contribuyo a mover la economía de Coachella. Mis ventas en las tardes se cayeron más del 50%. En las tardes, nada más. Porque tenemos bastantes opciones. Yo quisiera saber quién nos va a proteger de eso. La población de Los Ángeles no se compara con la población de Coachella. Pueden coexistir, sí lo entiendo, porque sí entiendo el inglés, pero con una población gigantesca, obviamente que puede haber para todos, pero somos muy pequeños nosotros. Y sí nos está afectando si no estuviéramos aquí. Inclusive creo que ya, pues no venden la cerveza, pero ya la gente puede llevar la cerveza y ahí te venden todo para que prepares tu michelada. Se está saliendo de control. Nosotros podemos poner un puesto afuera. No lo pusimos porque nos dijeron que no podíamos, entonces hicimos una inversión y hemos quedado muchos en el camino. Esto es un mandato estatal y yo lo entiendo, pero también yo vengo nomás a pedir que si nos pueden proteger un poco con los horarios, con las distancias y que no somos tan grandes como en Los Ángeles como para coexistir, compañeros. No somos, no podemos. Después de 8 años, ni en la pandemia he hecho tanto struggling como ahora. Ni en la pandemia. Yo no quiero salirme porque no es que no sepamos, sabemos cómo vender tacos y poner tacos. en la calle. Pero ahora resulta que vamos a entonces a cerrar el negocio y ponernos en la calle porque es más conveniente. Nos vamos a ahorrar el workers' comp de los trabajadores, nos vamos a ahorrar la renta, los tarifas eléctricas tan altas, o sea, todo esto que ellos no pagan y que por esto pueden cobrar el taco más caro, más barato que nosotros. De alguna manera tendríamos que ver muy bien la ordenanza porque no podemos como que hasta la 1:30 de la o a las 2 de la mañana. Si vengo nomás a pedir que si se nos puede ayudar a proteger nuestros pequeños negocios, no somos Los Ángeles, somos Coachella. Y yo me gasto mi dinero aquí en Coachella. No me lo llevo, no pongo mi puesto y me voy. Yo me quedo aquí todos los días. Gracias.
¿Cómo dijiste que tu nombrabas?
Ana Gabriela Cota.
Ana Gabriela Cota. Next speaker.
Buenas noches.
Buenas noches.
Mi nombre es Omar Argüelles. I prefer
Omar.
to speak in Spanish because it's better for me and my English is pretty terrible. Okay.
Ándale.
Pues yo creo que la explicación que dio Gabriel, la ordenanza, ahorita lo que hablaron los compañeros, yo creo que estamos resumiendo, no estamos analizando, estamos resumiendo nada más lo que está pasando. Esto se los comentaba en la junta hace 2 semanas, estaba presente él, Denise. O sea, ya es desbordante. Por ejemplo, en Santa Fe Restaurant nosotros tuvimos que quitar el taco pequeño porque ya no podemos competir con street vendors. Esa es la realidad. En la mañana platiqué con Joan y Carlos de Tacos El Viejón. Ellos ya van a vender. Ya no pueden. Lo triste aquí es, como siempre lo he querido yo. Yo amo esta ciudad. Por eso me moví de Indio para acá. El dueño y yo apostamos por esta bella ciudad. Somos gente que hacemos mucho desde caridad, desde ayuda, hacemos mucho localmente, sponsors, no se diga. Yo creo que tanto ustedes como nosotros tenemos mucho trabajo que hacer. El problema es ponernos de acuerdo hasta dónde podemos llegar. No tenemos un income tan grande como Los Ángeles, claro que no. Que podemos existir, yo creo que sí. Yo creo que sí, pero para eso tendremos que poner regulaciones y los alcances que podremos tener, tanto unos como los otros. Yo creo que Ciudad de Coachella está creciendo hermosamente. Tenemos que seguirlo haciendo así, con unos parámetros bien definidos. Eso es lo que yo creo. Pero de que ya está de más, estamos hablando de más de 34 street vendors y 28 personas vendiendo en su casa, yo creo que ya es un problema. Y hay que ponerle solución a esto. No, espérame. Tengo un minuto. Sí, el otro caso es ahorita lo acaban de mencionar, el problema no es que vendan cerveza. El problema es que están promoviendo a que lleves a tomar cerveza ahí. Ahorita estás diciendo, no sillas, no nada, pero ellos ponen sus camionetas, ellos se pueden sentar ahí. Entonces le dicen, yo te vendo el mix. ¿Qué va a hacer la persona? ¿Va a llevar su cerveza? Entonces, directa o indirectamente, también están promoviendo que una venta ilegal de licor, porque supuestamente ABC no puede vender licor afuera. O sea, a eso es lo que yo estoy diciendo, los trato de dar a entender, que está saliendo un poco ya de control. Y es cuando ya necesitamos regular. Ahora sí, muchas gracias. Buenas tardes.
Gracias.
Gracias, Omar.
Next speaker. ¿Alguien más?
We do have some online.
Yeah.
Lizeth, go ahead and unmute. Go ahead.
Also speak Spanish too, always speak Spanish. That way the rest of the community can also understand me. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
The letter and English, to reference that as you continue the conversation. Yeah, so como soy Lizeth Mendoza de la Coalición Justicia para el Inmigrante, también conocido como ICIHB por sus siglas en inglés. yo lo veía contigo y el alcalde, pues tuvimos que ver los compañeros que estaban en la audiencia en persona.
We said you have a bad connection. And we cannot hear what you're saying. It's coming out kind of mumbled.
Are you trying to?
Okay, maybe I have my Bluetooth on. How about now?
Better.
A
Much
little bit
better.
better.
Thank you.
You trying
Ya, si me escuchan, compañeros, voy a decirlo rápido. Yo creo que quemé tiempo y quiero darle tiempo a los demás. ¿Si me escuchan?
Yes.
Ok, entonces, con la venta ambulante, ¿verdad? Ha existido por, yo creo, más de 40 años aquí en la región desde el Valle de Coachella a esta área de San Bernardino, donde estoy el día de hoy. Entendemos las problemáticas de los restaurantes, pero creo que es un problema mucho más grande, los efectos de la pandemia, no hacer análisis a lo mejor de la clientela que está en la ciudad de Coachella o los alrededores. La venta ambulante sí hemos visto que ha crecido bastante y que por eso han pasado leyes en los últimos 5 años, han pasado 2 leyes para ayudar a formalizar la venta ambulante. Entonces, un proceso, así como es un proceso abrir un restaurante o invertir en una lonchera o vender en eventos, otras oportunidades que muchos ambulantes no tienen o no saben de eso y qué capital hay accesible para invertir en un negocio así. Entonces, muchos invierten lo poco que tienen o lo poco que saben en una espacio ambulante. Si la ordenanza pasa como está hoy día, pues todavía le falta trabajo. Agradecemos que la ciudad y los del concilio escucharon recomendaciones, pero le falta trabajo para que sí pueda coexistir la venta ambulante y el restaurante, pero no podemos culpar el ambulante por varias razones, ¿no? Con una regulación se va a regular el programa de venta ambulante, va a haber muy probable que la ciudad va a aceptar multas administrativas que no criminalizan tanto a la venta ambulante y ahí es donde va a haber la consecuencia de un ambulante tener que pagar esa multa o ser cerrado si no sigue las regulaciones que va a construir la ciudad con nuestras opiniones. Entonces, hay cámaras de comercio, hay becas que el estado de California y el gobierno federal ha invertido mucho más y se las podemos pasar al concilio y el city staff para que sepan de esas oportunidades y haya talleres. Hay mucho más que los restaurantes, loncheras, otros negocios de comida pueden pedir a la ciudad para que puedan mantener sus negocios, pero pedimos que se unan a escuchar y aprender mucho más sobre la venta ambulante y por eso exigimos una extensión, que la ordenanza no regrese en noviembre, que se tome más tiempo para diseñar esta ordenanza, así puedan todos entender y no menospreciar un negocio al otro. Gracias.
Next speaker.
Hola, soy Alejandro, el organizador del Valle de Coachella para la Coalición Justicia para Inmigrantes. Nomás quería decir que entiendo unas cosas que gente ha traído al piso y nomás quería aclarar que pues pueden tener una manera en que se pueden enfocar con la educación, teniendo talleres para que puedan dar la información correcta, cómo pueden andar estos vendedores ambulantes, para que sigan a las ordenanzas y a las leyes que ustedes quieren que sigan, para que no vendan licor, para que no tengan estas sillas y mesas, cómo pueden ponerse en ciertos lugares, porque también hay cosas como permisos que se ocupan en ciertos aspectos, como land use permits para estos lugares privados. Y esa información no está tan disponible para toda la comunidad. Entonces, hay esa información que falta y sí se ocupa más comunicación de la ciudad, como en parte del código. Si tuvieron tiempo para tomar fotos a la gente que andaba ahí, ¿no?, haciendo venta, porque también no les comunicaron esa situación ahí en ese momento para que se pueda mejorar. Tiene que haber una manera donde sí nos enfocamos en educación y hacemos esto. Y también quería asegurarme que decir que pues no es que la competencia sea tan directa, porque sí, entiendo que puede haber cierta comida igual como tacos, pero la diferencia es que esta gente lo anda haciendo en otros lugares. todo es más diferente y no nomás pueden culpar a cierto vendedor ambulante por cómo se sienten que es competencia económica. También hay otras maneras que se pueden asegurar en cómo pueden expandir su negocio, como redes sociales, pueden enfocarse en cómo pueden cambiar su menú o trabajar con vendedores ambulantes en la manera de teniendo una manera o un contrato con ellos para que puedan usar su cocina y agarren ese dinero para también que ellos cooperen ahí con la tarifa eléctrica o con la renta y que no tengan tanto esfuerzo económico en esa manera, porque eso sí entiendo que es difícil. Todos andan sufriendo por la economía al momento porque pues hay una inflación. Esto está ocurriendo porque pues es como son las cosas. No nomás podemos culpar a otro tipo de industria porque pensamos que ellos están quitando negocio. Tenemos que hacer las cosas en una manera que sea colaborativa y que entiendamos que sí hay maneras donde se puede formalizar, donde es necesario, porque sí se ocupa la educación, sí se ocupa que la gente sepa más mejor cómo pueden seguir la ordenanza o tener un poco de guía para que puedan hacer eso. Y ojalá la ciudad pueda tener un ayuntamiento para seguir este esfuerzo, por favor.
Speaker. If there's anybody else on Zoom who would like to comment on this item, please raise your hand.
We'll go ahead and Dick, we'll go ahead and then we'll go ahead. We're done with Zoom. We'll do it in person.
Ok, creo que todos están tomando esto por diferentes lados. No es un ataque. No es un ataque a inmigrantes, más que todo. Yo soy un inmigrante. Yo llegué a este país cuando tenía 10 años y me enseñaron mis abuelos y mis padres a salir adelante. Yo mi negocio lo empecé hace 14 años y es difícil. Más que todo no estamos pidiendo que se les quite a las personas que venden en la calle, sino que sea un poquito más pareja la cosa. No sé si ustedes están familiarizados con cómo Salubridad llega a los restaurantes y nos exige comprar refrigeradores, poner campanas, las regulaciones que ellos tienen hacia nosotros. Yo pienso que más que quitarlos, estamos pidiendo que se les eduque y que se les pidan algún tipo de permisos para que así puedan igualar o similar los precios de la comida. Porque lamentablemente, como están pidiendo acá los compañeros, sí están esperando que se detenga la ordenanza. Pero lamentablemente, como habíamos dicho antes, va a haber restaurantes que no van a llegar a esa fecha. Va a haber negocios que van a desaparecer. Ellos por ahorita solo mantienen una familia. Yo tengo 18 empleados. Soy responsable por 18 familias de aquí de Coachella. Esto no se trata de que seas inmigrante, porque todos aquí somos inmigrantes. Si no, no habláramos el español. Todos somos inmigrantes. Y la razón por la que hemos llegado aquí o por la que está este debate es porque la diferencia es que nosotros realmente hemos batallado un poquito más. Por eso hemos hecho un negocio. Por eso ahora somos parte de la comunidad. Y sí entendemos que todos tienen que salir adelante y comprendemos que algunos de nuestros compañeros empezaron así. Mis abuelos empezaron así, con las carretas. Por eso se llama el tranvía. El tranvía es una carreta. Yo no estoy en contra de ellos, sino que solo estamos pidiendo un tipo de solución para que no se cierren los negocios. Porque lamentablemente va a morir la ciudad si se cierran los negocios. La ciudad no se va a mantener de la street vending. Ellos no pagan permisos, no pagan impuestos. Las calles se hacen con impuestos. Las escuelas se hacen con impuestos. Los parques se hacen con impuestos. El sueldo de la mayoría de los que están aquí se hacen con impuestos. No estamos pidiendo una pelea, estamos pidiendo un reglamento que sea justo. Yo pienso que Salubridad tiene que estar en la siguiente junta para que también ellos se hagan saber, porque a los restaurantes llegan muy agresivamente. Pero ¿dónde están en las noches? Cuando las calles se llenan de gente que está vendiendo en las calles. ¿Dónde están ellos? ¿Cómo si pueden llegar a un restaurante y decir, tiren toda la comida que está en este refrigerador porque no llega la temperatura? Es cosa exagerada lo que pueden hacer con nosotros, pero no pueden hacer con la gente que trabaja en la calle. Un ejemplo, cuando yo abrí el restaurante aquí en la calle 6, llegó Salubridad y me dijo, tienes que hacer esto. Un costo de $40,000. Quiero que solo entiendan eso, que no se trata de que estamos peleando. Se trata de que con nosotros, ahora sí que disculpen la palabra, sí son bien canijos, y con las otras personas están siendo muy suaves. Y me refiero a todo, permisos, salubridad, los bomberos, todo, literalmente de pies a cabeza. Como les digo, esto no es una batalla, no estamos queriendo pelear con nadie, solo queremos que sea un poquito más justa porque realmente yo no siento como que estoy batallando. Gracias a Dios el restaurante está a todo lo que da, pero más que todo, yo crecí en esta ciudad. Esta ciudad para mí es todo. No tienen una idea yo cómo amo esta ciudad. Y no me gustaría ver que esta ciudad desapareciera como Indio lo está haciendo. Porque si se fijan, Old Town Indio está muerto. ¿Queremos eso para esta ciudad? ¿Queremos que nuestra ciudad se muera? Sí va a haber mucha gente vendiendo en la calle, pero todos los negocios, todo lo que sostiene a este pueblo, porque eso realmente es como cortarle las patas a la mesa. Es lo único que estamos pidiendo, que sea un poquito más justo todo para todos. No estamos pidiendo que los quiten, no estamos pidiendo que los multen, solo estamos pidiendo algo un poco más justo. Gracias.
Gracias.
¿Cuál era su nombre?
Gracias.
Gracias.
Next speaker. Okay, so si no hay otras personas que quieren hablar, es tiempo que habla poquito el concilio. Por favor, colleagues, if you could address any of your comments to start drafting this ordinance.
I just want to start, puedo hablar en español, pues muchas gracias a todos los que están aquí presentes. Creo que es muy importante tomar nota de los comentarios de todos, ¿verdad? Porque todos somos una comunidad. Al igual, estoy de acuerdo con el alcalde que esto se vaya a la comisión de planación, donde pueda seguir más debate y puedan tomar también sus comentarios y traer recomendaciones también a la comunidad, al comité de planación sobre los horarios. Escuché que eso era algo de que una queja o ideas que puedan traer, porque tenemos que, como se platicó, eso es algo que es una orden estatal. Ahora, ¿cómo podemos trabajar juntos como comunidad, avanzar a un mejor mañana? Nos enorgullece ser parte de este concilio y que nuestro Downtown Coachella es un Coachella y los otros áreas de Coachella que están que se miran alegres y queremos que así siga, con los small businesses, al igual con los food vendors, y ayudar que todos pues nos sientamos unidos en una comunidad. Gracias.
Yo nomás les quiero dar las gracias a Armando, Brian, a Ana, a Omar, Elicer, a Alejandro, Oscar, todos que platicaron con sus puntos de vista, unos a favor, otros no están. Yo no oí que ninguna persona dijo que no los quieren, pero lo que oí es que querían algo que es parejo, que hay igualdad y que es justo. Y yo pienso que en esa manera deberemos de mirar esta conversación y esta póliza. Como lo dije comenzando la junta, este concilio no lo está trayendo enfrente, no es el alcalde, no son los regidores, aunque hay personas que están diciendo que son nosotros, no somos. El Estado ya lo permitió y nosotros estamos mirando cómo es que podemos traer y establecer igualdad, algo parejo y algo que es justo. Yo estoy en acuerdo que sí vamos a tener que educar a los vendedores de street vendors. Es importante que si van a entrar, que ellos se van prendiendo de las leyes, que ganan los permisos, que pagan los permisos, que también vayan al environmental health, que también vayan a trabajar con René, porque René también es muy fuerte a veces con todos, pero tienen que ir y lo tienen que conocer, y tienen que ver algo parejo e igualdad. And so I think that's going to be my message to you, Gabriel, and I want to thank Armando, Brian, Anna, Omar, Lisette, Alejandro, Oscar. I didn't hear anybody say that they were against the food vendors, but what they did say is that they want something that's fair. They want something that is just, and that there's parity in how the laws are getting applied, and that nobody should have any unfair advantage. What I heard from a lot of folks is that this isn't about the immigrant community, because they are immigrants. We're all immigrants here. And that's kind of the irony of the debate of how it got drafted from LA when it got to Coachella, where it's 98% Latino. So it's Latinos on Latinos right now. And so we want to try to draft something that's fair to everybody, because we want to see people succeed. I think the points about public safety and the street right away is very important. I think the points about bending on sidewalks, where the state has said that you cannot prohibit them, but we can push them back 30, the safety is very, very important to us. You know, parking regulations, etc. That's also fair. I would even go to the extent that street vendors that are encouraging alcohol drinking at their taquerias, like that's a fine. Because you can't go over ABC, you can't circumvent ABC, and we got to be very, very careful that we don't allow that. That's a whole different can of worms. If the state wants to go that route, let the state go that route. It's their ABC licenses that they enforce, and that they're really hard on us on enforcing as a city. So I want to look at that, but outside of that, you know, I think the debate, the conversation is a good one, and again, we're just trying to create fairness in this environment that the state has put us on. So I want to thank everybody. I think it should go to the planning commission. We'll draft it, have them debate it, look at. I would love to see a map, by the way, Gabe, of what areas under your proposed what do we call them, sections and regulations, like where they could go throughout the city.
We're not in zones, are we?
Well, they're in some ways, the zones de facto happen because what we're saying is street vendors have to vend on sidewalks.
Right,
The state law is saying that.
Right.
And so.
But we're not in zones, like, you know, because the zone, you know, if we're talking about fairness, if we had a zone and say like the zone is where Noria's at, that wouldn't be fair to Noria, and you know, like we need to, you know, like I think
There's no zones that are added, so.
you know, I think a zone becomes, I think adding zones, food vendor zones, while for some might sound progressive, I don't think it's very progressive. I think, you know, now you put a section where they're all circulated, and so the restaurants or, you know, brick and mortars in that area might be impacted more than a brick and mortar in a different part of town.
Are you, Mayor, are you asking for like zones that meet the criteria of the sidewalk? And
What I'm asking for is where under state law can we see, like, how can we see this? And so what I'm understanding from the state ordinance is that areas that don't have sidewalks, those are out of play. Those they can't even be there because that's the state ordinance. So that eliminates people that are setting up in areas where there is no infrastructure. And so that's what I'm asking, is it to find the areas where they can set up, and we want to see them. I want to see them to take that to the planning commission. And if the planning commission wants to look at zones and seeing like, okay, this one's zoned, this one, whatever, they can look at that. But I think it's going to be important that we figure out, you know, how competition can happen in fairness. You know, I think that's what I'm hearing, and that's what I want to see, is a fair and an equitable manner to apply this ordinance to all.
You know,
Because the businesses are right. They have a lot of regulation.
I need to, I mentioned it during the presentation, but I wanted to bring it back too, was my question regarding you know, paleteros and all in the parks on the weekends. Concession stands that came up. Who approves these, the current, do the parks, do the clubs do, or do we approve the certain people that could sell?
I think those are coming.
I'm asking the staff.
I think those are initiated with the MOU.
They're coming to. the
So-
MOUs.
So which club? So like the park that's playing at the time?
The different leagues operate them throughout different times of the year. So when it's baseball season, the baseball league is doing it. When it's soccer season, I don't know which soccer league has the concessions, but it's usually based with the MOU. But is that correct?
And they always have people vending at the time, or
From my understanding, yes.
can we make sure we look at that law, Carlos, especially, you know, both points, the two about the competition and the second point about the that there shouldn't be a non-government agency giving these permissions, you know, so if it's our clubs that are giving the permission, then they're non-government agencies. And so we should be regulating that in that case and not the parks, right? Because that, you know, that way when you know, that way, you know, I could call as a council member if we get these complaints and I get a call, say, you know, Armando wants to sell at Baguma, like I don't even know who to direct them to. And I don't think that's fair, you know, and so I think we should be able to control that here in the city, then hand it off to our clubs that we've been very friendly with our clubs. We don't charge them fees to use our parks anymore. And they could still control this. I would get it if we're charging them fees. It's a way for them to raise money, but we're not charging them those fees. And so I think we could do a better job in us controlling that message and being able to allow our you know, our other folks to be able to go in there, because we don't know what they're, I don't even, do we know as a city what process they have in selecting? I'm asking staff.
No,
I'm
but
not putting out-
council member.
Right, but I'm.
We heard the point. We heard the
Right,
point.
right.
We heard
So,
the points.
Mayor, I'm asking staff a certain question. Do we know the process?
No.
Okay. That's it.
Just for clarity, the ordinance just says you can't. When you have a concession stand, the city has a concession stand agreement with,
Right.
and I'm not sure what exactly if that agreement falls under that, and you can't. So they're doing something else.
But what I'm asking is to
They
look
wouldn't
at
be able
if the state law and the ordinance contradict each other. We saw this happen at UCR. UCR had their own law, their own ordinances, and they had a paletero in there, and they got rolled because they told this is the state law and you need to allow them to sell in there. And so I think what we need to make sure, yeah, ordinance says this, but I'm asking, you know, make sure that our state, that we're following within our own ordinances, the state law, that's it.
The state law allows that.
Yeah, and I think that conversation is a one-off of this bigger conversation that we're having.
It's
We can come back to that and figure that
No,
out.
we need to make sure this is the time to do it too.
So I would
they're-
like to add some comments.
Jump in.
So, you know, I asked for more documentation, Gabriel, because I'm somebody who likes to study everything. And I also want to give them an opportunity to be able to look at it and then make their own request. And so if what works, what doesn't work for them. And if it's going to go to the PC, then, you know, we're talking about having the map. You know, also is that we have like areas in red where there isn't no infrastructure, where they can't go, to make it very clear that they can't be in those areas. But then also is where are they currently setting up at? You know, so that's important too, that we know where they're setting up at. And then obviously the businesses here, you know, don't want these street vendors around their businesses. And so I would like to create maybe a map with different shades to identify where it's at, because visually it helps me and it's much easier for all of them, because this is a lot of information, a lot of reading. And so I think it makes it very, very clear. And then also is if we're looking at hours, that we have options of what the hours could be. I think it makes it much easier for, you know, everyone here to make your recommendations. This doesn't work, this does work for me. And so I would like to see more documentation when this comes through. And I know the mayor said that in the last meeting, some of the documentation was provided, but we can never get into thinking of, hey, it was provided before. It only takes a few minutes for us to add the attachments. And then also if you can add the attachment of what the state law is, and then also the draft. So, because I see some of the folks either you're taking pictures and you're taking pictures because there's a lot. So also the copy of the draft so they can see where staff is making some of those recommendations. But this is a lot to go over. And so I don't even think that if it goes to PC, we have to be, I think, as prepared as we can. Because I just still don't think that's enough time to go over everything. I just don't see it happening. I really don't. Because it's gonna go to the PC. And from there, usually from the PC, the recommendation goes to city council. And then, we do the first draft, we do the second draft. We're talking about 3 more meetings. I don't think 3 more meetings is enough for us to really dig into this and study this in a manner that it should, that's respectful to everyone here. Because I know that some of these businesses are gonna go back and are gonna start looking at, what areas they would like it at, what hours. And so I wanna give them these opportunities as much as possible by giving them as much documentation as they need to be able to come forward with those requests.
So what you're requesting is more time to draft the ordinance and allow people to review these, and what I heard from the businesses is that they want more regulation like tomorrow.
No, I'm
You
not,
know.
that's not what I'm saying, Mayor. I'm saying that to provide them all the documentation, that's it. That's all I'm saying.
But what I'm saying is that let's put a time limit on when this regulation can happen. And I think if we go to the planning commission, then they come next to us, we can be done with this ordinance by the end of the year.
So
Probably
I'm not-
looking at December, but to continue this to next year and continue the status quo and more debate, more analysis, it's just gonna stay status
So
quo.
I'm gonna ask the mayor not to speak for me. So we have
I'm just
3
trying to
meetings.
understand what you're asking.
We have 3 meetings here. It'll go to the planning commission and then it'll go to city council. Because we're moving as quickly as possible, I want to provide you guys all the documentation that you need to make sure that your requests are in there, is what I'm saying. So there's no delays. I'm simply saying that I want all the information there. I want the maps. I want to make sure that they all understand where they shouldn't be, and then also that they can make their request of where they don't want them to be. I mean, that's very, very clear. And so there's no delays. I just want to make sure that they have every opportunity and all the education and information when they go into these meetings. So like for me here is that they should have had a copy of this draft, so that when you come in here, you're already making your recommendations. And so that's what I'm asking Gabriel.
But are you in agreement that we should have this ordinance done by the end of the year, before the end?
There's 3 meetings going forward. I'm sure that we can make it.
Get it done.
It's gonna be, we're in
Have it done.
October, which means there's 3 meetings left within this year. If it goes to PC, then it goes 2 times to council. So I think that there's enough meetings there, right? It's really how fast they can draft
Yeah,
it.
and I just want to just note for the record that, we are limited in what you can do. We only can have time, place, and manner regulations
Right.
under state law. Any conditions or need to be objective, health and safety, welfare concerns. So that's the guiding principle. And if we go beyond that, then we are subject to
Yeah.
to liability. So I know there might be requests that are out there. We just won't, I'm just gonna state it, we won't be. I imagine some of the stuff I heard, we won't be able to implement some of it just because the law does not allow us.
Like zoning.
Correct. We have to allow it, and we're not gonna be able to go in and pick and choose where they allowed. Also, to the top, the law talks about public rights of way, but also talks about path of travel,
That's right.
which could be something different, right? So we're gonna have to look at that and what the state law, 'cause we have to be compliant with state law. And what the state has done is little by little, they've been, to the extent if there's ever gaps, like before there was a gap that cities were bringing criminal prosecutions. The subsequent iteration of the law, they closed that gap now. So when there's cities that are trying to figure out a way to try to go around the law, the state.
What's path of travel? I'm not familiar.
That's what we have to figure out. I don't know exactly. I mean, what is that gonna mean? We have to figure that out.
So Carlos, what can be discussed is like the hours of operation.
Generally, yeah, like the regulations, we're gonna have to combine with what the state allows and we have to follow state law. So, you know, in the hierarchy of laws, to the extent the state has said you have to allow it here, but you can regulate these norms that we can't, otherwise we can't. I just want to put that out there. Yeah. It's not gonna be an issue like whatever everybody wants is what council obviously can try to do the policy direction, but we're gonna, whatever that direction is, need to be compliant with state law. So I want to put that for the record.
Yeah, we gotta
We can just go in and address all the concerns. This is something that was adopted by the state legislature.
Can
We now have to
we,
implement that.
on the web, on our website, can we attach that documentation so that everybody has access to it as well? As much as possible, like, you know, the draft and everything, just so that people can access it. And also have the opportunity to read through it.
I didn't come up today, but I just want to reiterate, hoy no se platicó y que lo bueno que no viene en la recomendación, pero algo que yo miro muy inhumano cuando hay regulaciones es cuando llega Code Enforcement o Public Health y tira las comidas. Tenemos que regular y eso no está bien, aunque yo estoy de acuerdo que no está bien que se lo hagan ustedes. Sí, y estoy de acuerdo que no está bien que se lo hagan ustedes, pero tampoco, y ahí tenemos que haber leyes estatales para proteger, pero tampoco porque se ha hecho algo, como nosotros hemos como tenido unas experiencias, pero no tenemos, eso no significa que si nosotros vivimos esto, que también ellos tienen que vivir eso. Ahorita déjame terminar y luego platicamos. Entonces lo que estoy diciendo yo, que yo no voy a aprobar o a estar de acuerdo que usemos nuestro Code Enforcement a tirar comida, porque eso nunca déjame terminar, porque eso nunca está bien, y está también mal que cuando el Public Health viene y se los hace a ustedes, es mal. Y yo nomás quiero decir que cuando miran que eso pasa en otras ciudades y graban y cómo miran a los trabajadores, yo no quiero poner a nuestros trabajadores en esa posición, y tampoco a la gente que está ahí vendiendo comida, porque es algo muy triste cuando hay mucha hambre y hacen que trabajadores del gobierno vengan y tiran comida. Eso no está bien en ni cualquier situación, que se lo hagan a los restaurantes o a los
Dos
vendedores.
puntos. Eso no está pasando en Coachella
No.
y ni estamos promoviendo eso. So es
Promoviéndolo.
promoviendo.
Ok, con
So
permiso, ahí con permiso ustedes. Gracias por estar aquí. Creo que en la última junta que tuvimos con la comunidad se hablaron muchas cosas, se discutieron muchísimas cosas. Para las personas de las pequeñas empresas, los small businesses, entendemos su preocupación, se les entiende la verdad, porque llega una póliza, una regulación estatal, es nueva. Nosotros necesito que entendamos todos como comunidad, para nosotros también es nuevo. Tenemos aquí a Carlos que nos está explicando, diciendo, mira, esto también podemos ver o podemos hacer un poquito más de research en esta otra parte. Si estamos en ese mismo lugar, por ahí podemos empezar, que sepamos todos, ok, es algo nuevo para nosotros, es una nueva ley estatal, la tenemos que cumplir con eso, pero sí hay ciertas cosas que nosotros podemos hacer y ciertas cosas donde podemos decir cómo se van a hacer dependiendo, bueno, aquí en la ciudad de Coachella. Ahí sí tenemos jurisdicción, pero se les entiende su preocupación y yo entiendo muy bien. Hace rato mencionaron sobre las cosas que el Departamento de Salud les pide. Cuando yo estaba niña hace muchísimo tiempo, mi papá tenía una carnicería y me acuerdo cómo nos ponía, órale, a limpiar porque ahí viene el Departamento de Salud. Hasta nos estresábamos nosotros de niños, yo y mis hermanos, porque ¿a qué horas va a llegar? No sé, pero llega hoy. Ok, pues ándale a limpiar que esto, a limpiar el otro. Era algo sí nos daba bastante ansiedad de estar tenemos que estar preparados para eso. Se les entiende y sí, todo está bastante caro. Y otra cosa, hicieron una inversión. O sea, no todas las personas tenemos esa posibilidad de tener esa ayuda financiera, de sacar un loan. No siempre tenemos esa oportunidad, y el hecho de que ustedes hayan hecho eso para ustedes, para su futuro, para sus familias, de hacer esa inversión es admirable, la verdad. Es admirable y sabemos lo difícil que ha sido para ustedes. Ahora, también tenemos el otro lado, ¿verdad? Tenemos que encontrar un buen balance. Tenemos a las personas que están también buscando cómo sobrevivir, cómo ayudarles a sus familias, cómo mandar a sus hijos a la universidad. Aquí habemos de todo, ¿cierto? Habemos de todo, somos una comunidad, tenemos que encontrar un balance. Gracias por venir a la junta. Vayan a la junta de la Comisión de Planificación. Ahí se va a proporcionar un poquito más de información. Vayan, den sus comentarios, díganle a otras personas que también vayan a agarrar esa información. Es importante que ustedes se expresen, digan lo que necesitan, porque de otra manera nosotros no vamos a saber. Nosotros 5 acá arriba no podemos hacer todo el trabajo solos, no se puede. Ocupamos de su ayuda y obviamente pues aquí están, ¿verdad? Haciendo eso. Pero sí les pedimos un poquito de paciencia. Como les digo, estamos aprendiendo juntos en comunidad. Gracias. Hablé muy rápido.
No, está bien. Además quiero decir muchas gracias por todos los que vinieron, porque es importante que vengan y podamos oír de sus opiniones y sus consejos para nosotros, ¿verdad? Lo importante aquí es que sigamos haciendo estas, digo que vamos que seguir y tener la planificación lista en tiempo para que los negocios chicos no continúen a perder dinero, sigan sus negocios, pero también los dos lados, ¿verdad? Para poder soportar los negocios chicos que ya existen en nuestra ciudad, pero también nosotros que vengan o quieran comenzar, ¿verdad? ¿Cómo vamos a traer nuevos negocios si miran que a lo mejor que no pueden hacer negocio o hay cosas que los causan que no vayan a hacer ese el income que ocupan que hacer para tener abierto y poder seguir aquí abierto en la ciudad. Entonces, lo que yo quiero más bien decir es que vamos que seguir haciendo la de ordenanzas, pero lo que quiero que siga es la educación, cómo se va a implementar eso, porque hablaron mucho de la educación, que sea en una forma donde sea bilingüe, para que los dos diferentes lados de los que han venido a hablar sepan qué es la póliza, qué va a ser la ordenancia que va a seguir, para que en español se pueda leer juntos y saber qué es lo que significa, y luego tener el staff que esté ahí para poder responderles si no saben qué significa algo, porque a veces la ordenancia va a tener lenguaje que uno no entiende, hasta a veces yo no entiendo qué dice la ordenancia, para poder explicar qué es lo que significa eso, porque a veces, como nos dijo Carlos, que era what was that? El path of travel, que no sabemos qué significa, que también sepan qué es la definición esa, ¿verdad? Sí te definen la ordenancia, pero para que el lenguaje esté en modo de entender. Entonces, esos son mis comentarios de ahora.
All right, so I think we got some good direction, Carlos, in terms of what we want to do. We do want to get this resolved before the end of the year, and I think the path of going to the planning commission next and having a little bit more conversation about this, or wouldn't be the zones, but the areas that it's allowed, clarifying path of travel, I think that's important, and then right away. And then I think the planning commission can really kind of get more feedback, and then it'll come to us, I would say probably December.
Well, Mayor, based on our current schedule, I would go take this to the planning commission on November 15th, first reading December 13th for the council, and then our next council meeting is January 24th.
That works.
If that works. If not, I can do a special meeting between the week.
That works.
That works, okay.
Yeah.
So just for everyone here, it will be going to the PC on
November 15th.
November 15th.
Correct.
All right, and this is just a study session. It wasn't a council meeting or anything, but now we gotta open into our council meeting. So I'm gonna go ahead and begin. You are welcome to stay. If not, thank you for being here.
Mayor, can I ask for a 5-minute recess?
Yeah, we can do a 5-minute. So I like study sessions because they do allow people to actually come and visit. We haven't done it in a while.
Yeah.
Councilmember Delgado, Councilmember Galarza, I think you know how to join us. Welcome, everybody, to the agenda of the regular meeting of the city of Coachella, the city council closed session and regular meeting. The council sitting as the Coachella Sanitary District, Coachella Fire Protection District, Coachella Financing Authority, Coachella Education and Government Access Cable Channel Corporation, Coachella Water Authority, and the successor agency to the Coachella Redevelopment Agency and the Coachella Park and Coachella Parks and Recreation. That's a new one. Wow. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and call this meeting to order, October 25th, 2023. Gonna go ahead and ask that the clerk note for the record the attendance. Everyone is in attendance. I'm gonna move now to approval of the agenda. At this time, Council Board Corporation Authority may announce any items being pulled from the agenda. Are there any items being pulled from the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a more request to move item number 6, Code Enforcement Officer Appreciation Week to number 1 and respect to staff that's been waiting. I would like to continue item 10, the Sunline lease agreement, and continue item number 17, the Chuckawalla National Monument. We had some concerns with the lease agreement, and we had want to do a little more research on the Chuckawalla National Monument topic.
That's item number 9. You're asking for the approval of the lease agreement between,
Oh, sorry, yeah, number 9, you're correct, sir.
okay, number 9, and then you're asking
For
for the
number 17.
the number 16.
I'm sorry, what agenda was I looking at?
Number 16.
Yeah, 16, I'm sorry.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the agenda with the modifications?
Really quickly, Gabriel, you need more information, you do a little bit more research on, I have it down as agenda item number 17.
Yeah, no, mine was on 17 too,
Mine's
so.
I have 16 here.
Yeah, so I don't know what happened, but yeah, it was, the Chuckawalla National Monument and the Sunline.
Yeah, online it's 17, for some reason
Yeah.
this not updated, but
So we would have to follow the one online?
yeah.
Whatever was, what was,
No.
I guess if we describe the item, then.
Yeah.
Which one.
Okay,
We'll have to figure out which is that.
Okay, so we have a motion. Is there a motion to modify the agenda?
motion,
And there a motion there a second?
I'll second.
There's a second. Can we get a roll call, please? Or all those in favor signify by saying aye.
aye.
Aye. Any abstentions, any noes? None, motion carries. We'll move on now to the Pledge of Allegiance, and Gabriel Perez, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we'll move on to proclamations and presentations. We'll start with item number 6, which is 1, it's Code Enforcement Appreciation Week, Officer Appreciation Week. Mr. Rosales, did you have a presentation for your code enforcement officers? And I'm gonna ask the city council to join us.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. As it's stated on your agenda, the second week of October has been recognized as Code Enforcement Appreciation Week, in the state of California. So we actually thank you guys for recognizing the hardworking staff here at the city of Coachella, which actually they're present today, and would like to say thank you to all.
Thank you. If the council can join me, we'll make the presentation. We have, can you guys hear me? You can hear me. We have about 5 proclamations, but they all say the same thing. So I'm gonna read one and I'm gonna mention all the names. And this is a City of Coachella, California proclamation. It says, whereas the state of California has proclaimed the second week of October as Code Enforcement Officer Appreciation Week, and whereas code enforcement officers provide for the safety, health, and welfare of citizens through the enforcement of local, state, and federal laws and ordinances dealing with various issues of building, zoning, housing, animal control, environmental, health, and life safety. And whereas code enforcement officers have challenging and demanding roles, that's a big time, and often do not receive recognition for their jobs they do in improving the quality of life for residents and businesses of the local communities. And whereas the role of many
code enforcement officers has extended in recent years, with jurisdictions increasingly relying on the expertise and training of code enforcement officers in their communities. And whereas code enforcement officers are dedicated, highly qualified, and highly trained professionals who share the goals of preventing neighborhood deterioration, enhancing communities, ensuring safety, and preserving property values through knowledge, training, and application of housing, zoning, and nuisance laws. And whereas the city of Coachella recognizes and honors the code enforcement officers that serve our community and acknowledge their role in leading the way to improve quality of life within our communities. Now, therefore, I, Stephen A. Hernandez, Mayor of the City of Coachella, and the City Council, by the powers vested in us, do hereby recognize Jessica Navarro, Sara Montano, Joel Zendejas, Pedro Hernandez, and Rene Rosales, and encourage all citizens of the City of Coachella in recognizing and expressing our appreciation for the dedication and service by the individuals who serve as our code enforcement officers and team. Thank you, and come on up here.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you,
Wow.
council members.
You guys want to go home? You've been working all day? Give. Huh? Gracias, gracias, gracias. Thank you. Gracias, gracias. All right, let's take a photo and we'll say a few words.
One, two, three.
I'll just say that it's not very easy doing your job. Typically, when you knock on someone's door, it's because they have a perfect yard. No, that's not what happens. Yeah, or if you knock on the business, it's because they have a perfect business. So dealing with that is tough, and I know that each one of you are dedicated to your jobs. I know that you guys take it very seriously, but more importantly, I think you guys all have a very good culture where you're trying to work with our residents to get compliance, and we appreciate that. You know, there's a lot to be said about our community, but sometimes having a delicate, just hand and how we deal with them and how we work with them and to get, the outcomes that we want is very much appreciated. And it's you guys that are the interface for us, and sometimes I know and said, oh, pues el concilio, but believe me, we want a clean city. We want, good neighborhoods. We want good businesses. We want a good quality of life. So just thank you for all of your work, and we appreciate you guys. Gracias.
I'll talk to him.
All right, we'll move forward on a joint presentation by South Coast Air Quality Management District and Community Steering Committee regarding Eastern Coachella Valley AB 1617 EJ Air Quality Improvements Program. Welcome, I'm sure we have, come on up. Hi, Anna.
Good evening. My name is Analisa Vargas, and I'm the lead community organizer in the Coachella Valley with Communities for New California Education Fund. And I'm also a proud Eastern Coachella Valley OAB 617 ECB Community Steering Committee member since its inception back in 2020. And we are here today to present on some of our incentive projects.
That's not them, by the way.
Definitely. And I'm just really happy to share some of our work and also making sure that we're connecting to the cities and our communities. I'm also one of two members of our outreach working team, myself and Anita Liu. And so we are constantly on the go and engaging our communities, also our community members, and making sure that everyone's aware about the work towards community air monitoring and our emissions reductions program, which that is AB 617. And if you have any questions as well, we're always happy to continue the conversation, and we invite you to our upcoming meeting as well. We just had one last week, but the next one will be in 3 months. But you can always find that on the website, and I'm sure Arlene will share more of that. And so with that, I'll introduce Arlene Farrell, and I believe you have another last name. Sadia. And she has been with us as well since the inception, and she's been awesome. So really helpful, resourceful, and so she's a wealth of knowledge. So I just want to thank you for all your work as well.
Well, welcome, Arlene, and thank you, Anna.
Thank you, and again, thank you to Annalisa, who has been, we can't do a lot of this community government work without the actual community members, and so it's folks like Annalisa, Supervisor Perez, and all of you that really support this program, this AB 617 program. So thank you for having us tonight, Mayor and Council. Arlene Farrell-Sario, Public Affairs Manager for AB 617. We do have a presentation. I don't think it's up and working, but I can kind of go on the fly if we need to.
It doesn't, it's not popping up? Yeah.
It might be ECV that. Yeah. And if you could choose the English version for me, por favor. Awesome, there we go. So again, the main goal of AB 617, there's really two main goals, which is emission reductions for Eastern Coachella Valley. And so I'll be providing just really brief updates. I know you all have a long night, but I think it's really important information for all of you to maybe hopefully share with your communities. Next slide, please. Oh, thank you. Sorry about that. Okay. So just going to talk about these 4 items. Annalisa gave a great update of what the program is about. I'll share a little bit about our paving plan grant, as well as an opportunity for residents to get air filters and just some other updates that we're doing within the 617 program. So the ECV program specifically includes 6 priorities, which community members such as Annalisa, we started off with about 50 community steering members from the start. We're about like 30 now, but they have selected these as their priority air quality issues, which is salton sea, pesticides, fugitive dust, off-roading, open burning and illegal dumping, diesel from the mobile sources, and Greenleaf Desert View Power Plant. Knowing that some of these are not quite under our air quality South Coast district, we do partner up with a lot of sister agencies such as CNRA, Department of Pesticide Regulation, you all, if we need any planning or land use issues, and of course, Greenleaf Desert View Power Plant with EPA. Here's just our very first flyer. When we first came out here, it seems like yesterday, but back in 2020, right before the pandemic, is when we actually started our program with Eastern Coachella Valley. And those are that's our boundary that you can see there on the right. Those are the 6 communities that we service under this, this program. And so you can see that there. And so just a little bit about the grant itself. So the community, what we call is community identified projects. We said, hey, Community Steering Committee, we have been allocated $6 million for the AB 617 program for ECV. How would you like to use that money? What projects would you like to focus on? And so $4.57 million of that was selected for this paving project. It was a very, a lot of lessons learned in putting this together, but I think we finally got a good program announcement that was just recently released at the end of September. And so that's what we wanted to share with you all today. It closes at the end of the year. You can click on that QR code. We have a website designated for all our paving projects, but essentially there's an application for any contractors that are interested. Our community members selected priority locations, most of them being Polanco parks or mobile home parks, areas that require some of the paving, unpaved areas. And so that's all there. And so whatever contractors that we can share this information with essentially could select from that priority list. They can add new locations, but however many amount of applications we receive, they'll be scored. Here's that brief list. If you recognize some of those areas, that's the areas that were prioritized.
Anyone in Coachella?
I'm sorry?
Is there anyone in Coachella?
No, there doesn't seem to be, but that doesn't mean that we cannot add locations. That just means that these were the locations identified by our community members. So, and then they score them to see, you know, how they rate. But if there are areas in Coachella that you'd like to recommend, we're certainly still open to that.
Were there any were there any community members from Coachella?
Yeah, we have Coachella city members.
Did they advocate for any roads in Coachella?
Sure.
Well, they're not on here.
Yeah. Yeah, again, we work with our communities, members on that. That is the prioritized list, but open to other areas maybe that were just not identified at that time by our community members. And so again, it's any property, as you just asked, within the ECV community, of which Coachella is a part of, any of the unpaved roads or the parking lots, specifically near sensitive receptors, which are you know, schools, elderly, asthmatics, and that's all kind of calculated into that priority. We have just now selected a review panel that once this process ends and we receive applications, they're going to go through that, all the applications, and they're going to score it accordingly based on this criteria. I'm not the technical person in all this, so I'd be happy to answer as many questions as possible. But I do have a team that can kind of answer more of the technical questions on this. Which is Robert Dalbeck. He is our program supervisor for this program. Again, if you click on that link, I can connect you to him.
May I just add something regarding, for example, on community participation? So again, since we had one meeting in person, it was, I think there was like close to 100 people that we had our first, as our lead showed in 2020. And then the pandemic hit, and then we all had to go to Zoom. We have now, it's been post-pandemic, and there has been talk of hybrid. And I think that's why we're here, because also these meetings were also monthly, but we moved to quarterly. And there are meetings where we've requested and recommended that perhaps now it's time to move the public comment, which is at the very end, to sort of like the beginning, as you would like in a city council meeting. So those are the things I brought up to Robert and also to Arlene, and also during our outreach working team meeting. And so I think the important here is that, yes, we want to hear, and I think that's why we're here, is because we know that there is that gap of like that we're not able to adequately engage. And if we're always trying to work on that, but that's why we need the cities and the communities, because this is like fast. And then sometimes there's just so many different projects. And then I know that here in the city of Coachella, because I've been worked with communities off of like near Avenue 53 mobile home parks that don't have roads, that are dirt roads. But again, this is why we are here, so that you can write them down. You have till December. So yes, urging the public, that's why I said state, so we can hear all of this. If you know people that live in communities where they're dirt roads. I grew up on a dirt road in a mobile home, not a mobile home park, but a mobile home. So we really want to target those areas that don't have that infrastructure. And again, it's limited projects, but there's also future projects. And as you saw, there's many priorities. So we want to engage more residents, because these are very daunting.
Environmental.
They're very, we need as many participants as we can. So speaking, like I said, 1 of 2 outreach members, please, like we want you to, yes, we really need it. So thank you for your question. Yeah, thank you, Annalisa. And yeah, environmental justice, I mean, we're all learning how challenging that is, and we're learning along the way. So we're happy that we can be here again in person. Hopefully we'll do a little bit more of this, even bring back a couple of in-person community steering committees meetings also. So our next update here is on the residential air filter. This is $1 million that the community has allocated to this particular project. We're hoping to open it up soon. We just got an update on it. So what this is residents can apply for an air filter, and we're trying to, it's taking a little bit longer than we had expected, because we're trying to make the process easy. We want folks to just be able to click on a link, put in their information, and they get a filter. As you know, government's not always that easy in terms of process, but that's what we're working on. And so hopefully we'll get that update soon, where you can share that out with Coachella residents. And again, it's $1 million. I think we said that most air filters, I think it's about 500 homes, or I could be wrong, please don't quote me on that, but it's going to be a really wonderful project once we get that up and running in the next few months also. So we'll come back to share that information as well. And then just a couple of other reminders and updates. We work with Annalisa a lot. She always reminds us that we need to be able to communicate who to call, where to call, when to call. And so here's just some of that information. I'm sure you all have this information already, but in case the residents need it on hand, reporting illegal dumping, as well as wildfire season. I brought some collateral regarding wildfire safety. I'm happy to share that with you. I also brought some door hangers that has information on, what is fugitive dust, who to call when you need to make a complaint, as well as H2S from salt and sea odors as well. So hopefully that's a good chunk of information. All our information is on here, and we invite you to join us at
Quick
8670.
question.
Yeah,
What's Greenleaf? I mean, it's probably
it was,
changed the name.
it used to
million
formerly Coleman,
Okay,
yes.
okay.
And I
Cool.
believe Greenleaf Desert View now, so.
Okay, so they've changed their name, so it's called the Colmac one. That's it. Okay.
But again, thank you for being here. It's happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you.
All right, we have another presentation by the Coachella Valley Mosquito Vector Control District. Jeremy, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Hernandez, City Council members. It's a pleasure to be here. And also, I think this is the only council that has so many current trustees and ex-trustees, and I think used to be my boss. I don't think Stephen was on the board. when I became GM.
I made the ship perfect back. in the
Yeah,
day.
very good. Well, it's my pleasure to be here to talk.
Bronco.
Yes, Rocco's doing well in retirement,
Yeah.
keeping busy, baking, and enjoying life.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, just a little bit about myself. I've been with the district since 2008. I'm a medical entomologist by training, but about 7 years ago now, I went through the hiring process and became the general manager, and have been loving it ever since. But tonight I'm here to give the council an update on what we do for the public of the city of Coachella and the Valley. Our district covers 2,400 square miles. About 980 of that square miles is actually where we do a lion's share of our work. Our primary services are mosquito control, because that's the most important insect in the Valley and even in the world that impacts public health worldwide. If you've seen the press recently, last Friday, City of Pasadena announced our first local transmission of dengue. Dengue is a virus that's transmitted by Aedes aegypti, which we do have in the Valley. It's been spreading across California for the last decade. You can find this mosquito now from San Diego to Shasta, so it's quite spread out. And what we've been doing in vector control across the state has been trying to prevent that local transmission from happening. As I think most of us are aware of West Nile virus, that's something that's spread between birds and mosquitoes. Well, dengue, Zika, chikungunya, yellow fever, that's all a virus that we as humans carry with us. And mosquitoes bite us, and we can transmit that virus to those mosquitoes. So that makes it a little trickier. World destination. Just in Sonora, Mexico last year, there was 9,000 dengue cases. And so it's something that is near to us, and we're working very hard as a district to make sure we don't have local transmission, because it does make a big impact on the local economy and the health primarily, but it does impact the economy as well. So that's just a brief update on that, because that was something that's very new that's been developing, and just had a meeting with that district that did respond to that case, and I think they have wraps on preventing for future transmission. But being in California, we have over 60 districts and agencies that do vector control, so we're in a good state to make sure we're protecting public health. So I'll switch gears a little bit now to about our district. We do have just a little bit about our district of structure. We have 11-member board of trustees. They do the oversight for the district, 1 per city, and then we have 2 from the county at large. We currently have an opening for the county at large position. So if you know anybody who lives in the county and who would be a great fit for our board, talk to Frank or myself or our supervisor Perez's office, because we're still waiting for that trustee to be filled. We do have 69 employees. One of the things that I'm really, I don't know if I got a laser pointer on this, really proud about is we are one of the first districts to have a UAS applicator position or a drone pilot. This is a great piece of technology that the district and other districts in the state have been using to do for not only surveillance in the sense of looking for mosquito sources, especially in the hard to access areas. So around the Salton Sea is where we primarily use our drones. And we use those to, as you know, the Salton Sea is fading away, unfortunately. And we're fortunate in what you think about the sea. But from our standpoint, that shoreline is constantly changing, and we use those drones to create current maps so that we know where to go and where we send our staff, and also to some of our contractors that do aerial applications to control the mosquitoes around the sea. We also do use this drone though to make applications. So we have a full-time staffer that now is using this to do control efforts. We have a lot of duck clubs here in the East Valley that you're probably aware of that produce mosquitoes, and we also use this along the shoreline. Most recently, we use this around the Lawson site dump that flooded through our East Valley flooding event. And that drone was quite useful to get up to see what was going on in the dump, and then where we needed to put that drone to make applications to make sure that it wasn't breeding
Do we
mosquitoes.
still have the running artesian wells? I mean, are they still flowing more than usual or?
We still have artesian wells, and that's something that the district works along with the water district to help property owners cap those and get them under control, because they do produce mosquito sources. So if there are folks that have an artesian well and need help fixing it, that's a program that the water district and the district work together to help defer some of those costs, because it is expensive to deal with those.
Okay.
I won't spend a lot of time on this slide, but if you have an interest in what we do on an annual basis, our annual report is on our website. But just to give you an idea, we have 3 major programs. Our laboratory, which is our kind of eyes and ears, they do all of our surveillance for mosquito viruses. So for example, last year we caught over 650,000 adult mosquitoes here in the valley, and we use those mosquitoes to test for viruses. And we test for viruses for West Nile, St. Louis, Western equine. But we also take those Aedes aegypti that everybody is becoming familiar with, unfortunately, and test those for dengue, chikungunya, and Zika to make sure that if we do have that, we can respond very quickly. And it's been nice that the district has our own in-house testing laboratory for those, because we can get those mosquitoes, say our traps in Coachella, we get them in the morning, pick them up, and by the afternoon, we have those mosquitoes tested, and we know if there's something going on in the city. And then we can use that information to direct our operations staff, but also to send out information to the city, as well as to through our network of social media, our website, and also to our news releases. So it gets the information out quickly so people can protect themselves. We have a control operations. Like I said, mosquito control is our biggest and most important program. We also had a red importer fire ant program. So if you have ants in your yard, that when you step on the mound, the ants crawl up your leg and bite and sting vigorously, that is a red importer fire ant mound. That's something that we can help residents with. And then public outreach. While we have a lot of great technology and tools to protect and prevent risk of transmission of viruses, we have to get the people informed that we serve, as well as what they can do, because we can't do it alone, and making the biggest impact on what we're here to do is to protect public health. So just a little history lesson, you probably know better than I. I'm going through all of our cities, because all the cities are very similar in that we are in a desert, and in some parts of the desert, you might not even remember you're in a desert because of how lush it is. But this is then, and this is now. Coachella has grown, its neighborhoods have grown, its parks have grown, its schools, and it's flourishing. However, with that development and with that suburbanization, it's been a long day, sorry, brings mosquitoes and places for the mosquitoes to breed and make more mosquitoes. So if you look at our the graph on the left shows a virus activity. So this has been a very active year for West Nile virus in the desert and also in California. And then we also have St. Louis encephalitis virus, which is another mosquito-borne virus that has had, unfortunately, a great year for it. Those are ones that we do have transmitted every year. And again, it's a year that's a little bit above or way more than above average. And this rain that we had this year didn't help that. However, we've also produced a great environment for a tropical mosquito. Aedes aegypti originated in the jungles of Africa, breeding in tree holes, biting primates. And now it's found worldwide and across California. And it's something that, if you look on that graph, this basically shows you through the course of a year, January to December. And you can see the red line is the current year and the other lines are previous years. It's growing, and it's growing in our communities. It's growing across California because it's a very tricky mosquito to control because it's breeding in very small water sources. Cap size of water is all it needs. And it's a container breeder. It lays eggs in your pots, in your saucers. And when people move those saucers and plants around, for example, they can move this mosquito around very easily, and it's very hard to control. And that's why it's such a success. To give you an idea of the impact, this is just some information from our GIS database. We log all of our treatments, our inspections within our in-house GIS system. Just to make note, before invasive Aedes was here, we didn't have that little column over there. It says 4,323. That is, and those points represent places that we've been in the city of Coachella to work. And in that case, in particular, because of invasive Aedes. So you can see the rest of the numbers relate to red imported fire ants or the mosquitoes that actually belong here. Well, this mosquito has ramped up our workload. And for this year, at least till the end of September, within the city of Coachella, 73 residents had asked for service. And then we've been out making inspections, over 2,000, and then about half that with applications to control either ants or red imported fire ants or mosquitoes, but mostly mosquitoes. So our district has a strategic plan. We've been doing strategic plans since I've been at the district every 3 years to focus where we need to be going over the course of time to make sure we're meeting our mission and reaching for that vision, which is we're not going to eliminate mosquitoes. We're not going to eliminate the red imported fire ants, but we can keep them at a level that protects our residents. And so one tool that we're looking at is the use of sterile insect technique called SIT. This is a method of using, in our case, and what we're focusing on is using radiation to take male mosquitoes, in particular, that black and white mosquito there, which is Aedes aegypti. Those male mosquito biology, mosquitoes mate once for life. And so if you can get a female mosquito to be mated by a sterile male, that makes, all of her eggs sterile. And so while she'll continue to go on and bite, all the eggs that she laid will never hatch. And so over the course of time, you can drive the population of mosquitoes down to a tolerable level. Unfortunately, you have to continue doing that because nature will pick back up. And so it's a tool that not only our district is looking at, but also other districts in California and in Florida, which is a similar state that has a lot of kind of the sophistication of mosquito control similar to California. So that's one thing we're looking at.
So are you releasing them into the atmosphere?
We haven't released them yet, no. So that's the thing we're working on. So when we do that, there'll be a big part of, and the reason we like the irradiated mosquitoes is that they're not regulated by Department of Pesticide Regulation. You can take these, you can basically use x-rays like you're in an x-ray machine. You take the males out and they're non-viable, but they're very good at finding the females, which are in people's backyards. And once they mate, that's into that female, at least for reproductive fitness.
Or you study where there's more and where you would release them, like, or do you just?
Yeah, so that's the thing that staff is still working with, because we can't, it's not a cheap technology. And so it's going to be a tool that we can put in focused areas. So we've got to balance the numbers of mosquitoes we have. In the case of Aedes aegypti and dengue, we have to potentially look at human risk. Where within our population are at most risk of potentially introducing dengue or chikungunya or Zika. So we have to be weighing these variables and also looking for what neighborhoods would lend itself to the release.
Maybe like where the golf courses are at, they have more water than.
No, well, actually, I was gonna say, start
Okay.
where the people that can actually travel.
Right.
The people here can't travel. We don't. Start in the affluent communities where people actually go up and
Yeah,
down.
and if
country.
it works out, then we can bring it here, but maybe where the golf courses are at, they have a lot of water there.
That's
Yeah.
not water, they're dengue attack, it gets it from humans.
Right.
And so it's not a water source, it's, so the mosquito sucks a human
Yeah.
that's usually been abroad, right? I mean, that's what happened with coronavirus, you know, the way it spread was people were coming from, you know, New York, they came into the Coachella Valley. You got, you know, that same idea kind of applies here, is that who's mobile, right?
Right.
Low economic community here, like, you know, so their ability to travel to Europe consistently or to places where dengue's, yeah, very reduced. My point is, we don't want to be the test case.
Okay.
Do it in other areas.
And if Coachella has to be, it could be Stevens neighborhood.
No.
Yeah, so no, this technology using irradiated insects has been used over many decades in agriculture. It has no implication to residents as far as the safety of it. And it's something, again, that the state is looking at. And in regards to golf courses aren't a huge creator of Aegypti. It's more residential sources and things like that. But so that's one tool we're looking at. The other piece that we're looking at is, as part of our strategic plan, is to engage community leaders like yourselves, the agencies that they oversee, as well as our residents, because we're dealing with mosquito sources and issues that aren't natural. Every single mosquito source, unless you go to an oasis within the Palms, isn't a natural mosquito source that we as residents of the valley have created in one way, shape, or form or the other, whether it was a fault of the canal that broke, or irrigation, or and that's basically where we're at. And we've as a community have kind of, no community is immune to it, has created these sources, and we have to figure out a way as a community, how do we reel that back a bit? And so one thing we're doing, and I think Maritza is here in the back, her staff, I don't think I've ever met her in person, but her staff had met with our staff to talk about some city-owned sites or managed sites that are catch basins, dry wells, which I've never seen a dry well, I don't think, in my course of being at the district. Because they get fouled over time. But you're looking here, these are sites in Coachella that we're working with Public Works, and I think we actually just met with them last week to prioritize. These are some sites that we spend a lot of time in the community doing control. And so one thing that we're looking to do with these types of sites, short of clearing them out, is to clean them regularly, because the cleaner they are, they're going to hold water. But the more trash and sediments they have in it, the harder it is for our products that we use to control the mosquito larvae that are in there is less effective. So that's one thing we're doing with the city of Coachella, as well as all the cities that are within our district. And so I appreciate that help and assistance. And we all benefit in the community. Another thing that I'm working with all the cities and putting across the bow of the city managers, I'm going to meet hopefully here with Gabriel in the near future to talk about some things that I think we could do to work together. We over the years and pre-pandemic had regular meetings with code enforcement. And always asked, like, doesn't the cities, and I can't remember, I think this was the city of Palm Desert, I was talking to the code enforcement, isn't there ordinances that don't allow for irrigation to run down the street? Because it's a nuisance for one, and it's feeding the sources that you see in that picture with water, which is causing a public health threat. And I says, yeah, we do, but where do we start? Everybody's doing it. Well, we have a solution or a way we can go about that, because we know sources, they're not all created equal, unfortunately. Some are worse than others. So using our data, using some enforcement and collaboration with the cities, and also working with the water district, where we live in a desert, we're prone to drought. It's probably only gonna get worse, even though it's been a great year for water. We have to be better stewards of our water and keep that from going down the street. So I believe, and I apologize if I missed it, I went through city codes looking for irrigations, and part of the ones that's allowed in the city of Coachella which is an exception to discharges into the storm system, is allowing landscape irrigation water to go into it. And that, like this residence, you can see there, that grass is probably one of the pieces, one of the properties in that community that are fueling that mosquito source. And we have to look for ways short-term, like working with Public Works to clean these sites. But how do we as long-term work with our residents or citizens to figure out what we can do going forward to try to eliminate that urban runoff?
So I think that's a good request, and I think absolutely working with staff, but then we also do community meetings in our different LLMDs. And then inviting you to those meetings is would be really good. I mean, we do them every year. And so just bringing up the level of education with those communities is important, particularly on like a health and safety risk and saying, hey, look, the city's in partnership with you all. We want to try to make sure that we're not breeding mosquitoes and your kids are not getting sick or you, right? And so it's for us, we're identifying certain houses that are, or certain areas that have a lot of water runoff. I think that can be an effective tool. The other thing is that we have mailers to put out our own water bill every month. And if there's sections that we can overlap and we can start educating people in English and Spanish about the need to clear water and to do these things, I think that'll be a good, kind of conduit to get to our residents and start educating them about this. And then the other measure is send good old Renee over there and we'll find them. But
Yeah, no, I think, I mean, again, we got not into this overnight, and so I don't expect we'll ever get this out of this overnight, but I think having a clear and communicate with residents, what short-term can we do to kind of alleviate this, but then what long-term commitments can we make? Like what kind of resources do we need? What kind of help? And how do we get away from this? Because, I mean, this is not city of Coachella, it's every city within the valley
you
is
do
in the
have
situation.
data, right? I mean, you have some good data, spatial data where like your sources are. I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
Geofencing might work for you too. I mean, I don't know if you've ever seen that.
Yeah.
I mean, people are in there, you can geofence a community really easily, particularly because the whole community's on their iPhone,
Right.
you know?
But yeah, so that way for our data, it's a good starting point for the community. So working with, I think Renee is your code enforcement manager, is where can we start with this? Well, this is where the risk is greatest to public health. Let's focus on that community. Let's reach out to them. And then also see, again, what's short term, what can we do? Again, what's long term, how we can commit to that.
And I would suggest that don't shy away from showing a sick person with dengue fever. Is that like that's everybody like, what's dengue? Like, what is that, right? Nobody's seen it. Show a sick person, that's what we're trying to prevent,
Yeah.
and by the way, it's been in your community. That's scary, that motivates people, it's like, okay, we need to get to work,
Right.
And sometimes we shy away from showing what we're trying to prevent.
Right. Good point.
Just like they used to show them, like somebody had the measles and all that back in the day. Everybody got a vaccine after that.
Yeah.
It's like, if we're trying to prevent something, show it, like this is what we're trying to prevent, and it's
Right.
been found in your community.
All right.
So
But the last slide is thank you again to the public works staff. Again, from the mosquito control standpoint, working with public works to continue that effort as we go over the course of years. We started this effort right when the pandemic hit and it was like, whoa, we got slowed down. But I've been pushing, I have a new operations manager. I'm really pushing him to continue that conversation with the public works departments throughout the valley. So we keep that going. And then the last piece is that's where I really see this, like we're gonna have to get together as a working group. Mosquito control, we're part of it. Code enforcement has, I think, a stake in that. And also whatever water district or water agency within that community, because they're all charged with certain things that revolve around management of water. And then at that point, once we figure out what we're doing collectively in a unified front, then meet with the property owners, if it's a property management company, or if it's an HOA. And I use the cities first because as government agencies, we're nice big targets. And then we move kind of smaller as we go through our community to try to see, again, long-term solution. How do we kind of reel back and go back to what the desert looked like, or at least create setbacks? The big problem with this, like you saw in the picture, you have turf that goes right up to the hardscape. If that had a 2-foot buffer around that nice turf lawn with a flower bed or some rocks, a lot of that water won't even run onto the sidewalk and down the street. So it's just, rethinking how we're doing our landscaping. I just visited Indian Wells last week and they have a lot of greenery there, which they love. But again, they can do that. They can keep all that greenery as well, but just keep it away from the sidewalks because it does continue down the street into a mosquito source. And I think the one thing I wanted to part with, what everybody needs to do and is dump and drain at least once a week, any containers around the home. Those eggs from this mosquito that everybody, I go everywhere, I'm getting bit on the ankles and I'm getting bit on my elbows. That's the Aegypti. That's the telltale sign of that mosquito. It's coming from a mosquito source as small as a bottle cap, so you have to be got to be detective around the home. Water off the property is going down the street. Those catch basins are what breed the mosquitoes that transmit West Nile virus. So those are important sources as well. Window screens, all these mosquitoes that transmit viruses come in your house. Keeping them out will prevent and lower that risk. And then what I have to tell everybody, which people don't like to hear, you have to use mosquito repellent. It works. Those are products that are approved by the EPA, CDC, all work and are all effective at preventing mosquito bites. And so with that, I know it's been a long day for you all as well as for me. I had my first wreck in the 37 years. I got rear-ended this morning. I can't believe it. I've been driving since I was 16, but now I'm ready to go home and take some more.
Snowbirds are in town already. Snowbirds?
It was,
It was-
no, it wasn't
was-
snowbird.
Oh, they gave me a beer.
But
Wasn't someone that like traveled in there when there was dengue?
no, no, it was somebody on the way to work. Anyways, thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Jeremy, do you have any graphics that we can use to put in the social media? Some of the stuff that you've added to kind of reduce and prepare the residents with some of this stuff?
Yeah, I can get, I don't know who's, Tammy Gordon is our public information officer, so I can connect her with Gabriel and whoever your communications person is, and make sure it's, I think they may already, I know we send out everything to cities, and cities always been great about pushing things
Yeah.
to social media and their website, so,
Yeah.
but I'll definitely connect with Gabriel.
Thank you.
You know,
Thank
it's a
you.
home remedy to like stop the itch on mosquito bites.
A home remedy? Is to-
Toothpaste.
Toothpaste? That one I didn't know.
Toothpaste on
No.
Makes it better.
I feel like the attack because that drainage is in my neighborhood. I know exactly where it's at.
Oh, okay.
It's all him.
The mosquitoes are mean. They fall
Yeah, no,
everywhere.
as I say, like, I'm not putting the finger in
That
the
was
way, but
his
that's
house.
just the reality of it.
We just didn't want to say anything.
I tried to keep the address out of the photo.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Jeremy.
Jeremy. All right, we have another presentation on our holiday parade. Maritza.
I was asked to bring this back and just provide an update on our parade. The parade this year is on December 8th. It is on a Friday, as has been tradition. It starts at 6. We did mention at the last meeting that this year's theme is a Whoville theme, so it's kind of like the Grinch theme. The hometown heroes were identified in coordination with that theme to be the Who of Whoville type of situation. So the hometown heroes, which is on the agenda tonight, would be the grand marshals for the city's parade this year, based on council's direction later this evening. Just kind of a snapshot look of how our of the number of entries we get for our parade route. So we normally we've averaged around 100 for quite some time. So in 2018, it was 105, in 2019, 104, 2021, 89, and we were at the same number last year. We have a total of 24 categories, and that's because of the different age groups. So we try to make sure that everyone's, is ranked based on their age group, so they're not competing with different age groups. So our categories are band, drumline, color guard, fraternal organizations, which is a lot of our nonprofits, cheerleaders, drill and dance is one category, equestrian, tall flags, floats, and then cars. And I believe the one that was online, it had some of these categories in red. So the red categories is basically all of the kiddos. So it's all of our schools, right? So most of our parade is really a representation of our kids. It's a lot of our kids from the elementary, middle, and high schools. So we have band, drumline, cheer, drill dance, tall flags, and most of our floats are all related to those kid entries, to our youth entries. So in looking at the length of our parade, it is usually averaging close to 3 hours because of the fact that each performance is about 2 minutes. And performance is a big driver of why the kids enter the parade. They look forward to being able to perform for the audience, and they look forward to being able to compete for that trophy. So in years past, we actually had performance at 2.5 minutes and it was been reduced to 2 minutes. And we have constantly asked the coordinators if they'd be willing to reduce it further, but they basically have advised us that they would not. So if we reduce it further, there really would be probably a drop in entries from our schools because they don't feel that they would be able to put together a decent performance that they would want to stand behind. ACES, this last year also in helping us to get a more speedy run through, they did provide us all of the music for all of their entries in advance. So we gave that to our sound engineer and they're kind of trying to shave off some of that setup time, right? So we had all of their music in advance and that really, I did find that that facilitated the audience being able to hear the music much better. And two, it did shave off some of that staging time that the coordinator does with their group when they get in front of the judging. Additionally, we did add monitors along the route last year that I believe in all the feedback that I received back, it did eliminate the gaps that were evident in 2021. So we removed the gaps. So really the parade route did flow very well. It still is that duration because of the number of entries. So really, we have looked at the state, the performance area being relocated several times. We've in years back, and I've been here since 2011. So since 2011, we've moved it to 3 locations. We've had it where it is currently, which is at the 6th and Vine location. But we have also had it at 6th and Orchard, which is right by the Jalisco as it turns, so that we were trying to basically push the judging to the end of the route. We also have done that before the parade. So at first, in Cesar Chavez, before the parade happened, none of those circumstances have resulted in a shorter parade route. So I would not recommend relocating it. I think that the carnival that has been added that ties in with the parade is really the attendance that we get for that event is because of all the kiddos that are in this parade. So I do think that if the intent is to reduce the length of the parade, we would have to basically limit the number of entries, and I think we would be therefore reducing attendance to the event. And so staff's recommendation would be to keep the performance area where it is. I think it keeps the families engaged and everyone likes to look at their kiddos perform. It just unfortunately, when we have 89 entries and we're representing all of our kiddos from all of our elementary and middle and high schools, we've got to watch everyone's kids.
So council, who brought this up?
Well, we've had questions about it, I think every year, and residents always bring, concerns about being out there for many hours. It is cold. We have seniors out there, they have their babies out there in strollers because obviously they're there to see their kiddos perform. And it's exciting to see them perform, and they're excited. You can see, they're really happy. They can't wait. They're all, amped up, waiting for them to start walking. So the intent was obviously never to reduce any of their time or any entries, but just trying to kind of balance it out where, we're not out there for so many hours, and I'm sure that we will continue to make every effort to try to reduce that time without reducing the performances of the kiddos or their entries. I do appreciate you bringing forward the multiple attempts of trying to relocate the parade in order to reduce that time. Unfortunately, it has not reduced the time at all. So, moving it clearly is not an answer or an option since the reduction of time remains the same. And I would never want to, add to staff. I know you guys are out there. I see you out there, like even coordinating, the entries to keep moving forward. I did recognize last year there was a lot of gaps. And so we were out there waiting for a bit before the actual parade started moving again. And I'm thinking that probably goes back to being backed up for the entries, to perform. So it kind of just comes to a halt. And I think that, obviously that's one of the big issues too. But again, I think, was it last year or the year before?
I want to say it was the year before when we had the gaps. In 2022, the gaps didn't, we eliminated most of the gaps.
Yeah.
I think there was only one school that kind of stayed in their spot a little longer than they should have, but majority of the flow did go through. The monitors really aided with that. The only thing I can say is that it does back up at a certain point because once about half of the entries go through, it backs up around the turn. So around 6
Yeah.
and Cesar Chavez, it kind of backs up there.
Yeah.
But otherwise, the flow was
Yeah.
happening.
Okay. I'm also, I don't need our area. I know that we have a VIP area. For me personally, I don't need the VIP area. I prefer to let go of some of that space to residents and families so they can get that upfront feel. And I know that judges need to be there, but obviously outside of the judges, I don't need, for me is, the stands there or the seating arrangement there. I personally, for me, I prefer to give it up to residents. I don't really need it. I'm out there walking regardless, but thank you, Maritza, for your continued effort. I'll continue to bring it up in hopes that it gets reduced somewhat, at least a little bit more.
And we'll continue to make efforts as we find opportunities to reduce it as well.
Thank you.
Please don't have the seniors walking.
No, we worked around that last year as well. So we understand. And we will find, we actually will have the Coachella Queen in the entry with us in the front of the parade.
That was a big
as a
delay.
dignitary. We understand.
Very nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on now to a presentation on parks.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and council members. Selena Jimenez, Economic Development Director. The item before you is a presentation on parks. And so let me go ahead and begin that. Can everyone see the presentation?
Yeah.
Yes.
Great, thank you. So I wanted to give council a little background and context regarding the history on our parks, and especially as it comes regarding our grants with Prop 68. So as you know, the city of Coachella was awarded a statewide park program grant in the amount of $8.4 million to build a new park. And so the original park site location was Avenue 52 between La Ponderosa Drive and Hernandez Street. And so this site was temporarily named Central Park just for grant identification purposes. And so at the time of the application submission, the city secured a willing seller letter from the property owner of the parcel that would have been a large part of Central Park. However, when the city received the grant award to build the park, the property owner changed their mind. So the city had no recourse but to pursue eminent domain. And so city staff did work with the statewide park program staff about its decision to pursue eminent domain due to the seller becoming an unwilling seller. Park staff then informed the city that grant funds could not be used for eminent domain proceedings. The city acknowledged and proceeded without using grant funds to cover any of the costs associated with the eminent domain process. And so once the city nearly completed the eminent domain process, the statewide park program staff informed city that they had determined that the grant funds could not be used for design or construction phases, either due to the eminent, so we couldn't use basically any of the grant money to build the park if it was going to be acquired through the eminent domain process. And so a little bit of background, more background. So city staff work cooperatively with the State Works program staff to evaluate alternative park locations within the city that will qualify for full grant award. This cooperative and collaborative effort identified the unfinished portion of Rancho Las Flores Park as an eligible location to expend the grant park funds. So building out Rancho Las Flores Park to its full potential has been and remains a high community priority. In 2019, the city had previously applied for a statewide park grant to complete phase 2 of Rancho Las Flores Park, but it did not score competitively due to the community fact finder tool capturing the entire park acreage erroneously, and because it also included the undeveloped portion. So once the tool was corrected, Rancho Las Flores Park Phase 2 became a competitive and eligible park site. And since the city has site control of that site and it scores competitively, the city can retain its grant award and finally complete Rancho Las Flores Park Phase 2. As you have all seen through the years, the city has engaged the community for a lot of community engagement to obtain feedback as to what sites the community would like developed as a park. And so Rancho Las Flores Park always came in at number 1. Always, people always wanted Rancho Las Flores to be built to its full capacity. So we were able to convey this to the state that the community support is there for Rancho Las Flores Park Phase 2. And in this map, this is the concept level site plan for Rancho Las Flores. So Phase 2 would be this undeveloped portion here. And so for this portion, the community identified the following amenities because people did not want soccer fields. People wanted a charming park with the featured amenities that are not at other parks. So for example, an amphitheater, it would feature like volleyball courts, outdoor fitness equipment, picnic tables, benches and lighting, splash pad, a concession stand, its first dog park, restrooms, a walking path, a water fountain with a rose garden and some art sculpture, and then other public art as necessary to adorn the park. So this is the concept level site plan for the second phase of Las Flores Park. And so due to Central Park's proximity to key community connectors such as CV Link and the need for additional green space and trail connectivity in the area, the acquired property remains a valuable public resource and a public necessity. In this map, you see what was previously identified as Central Park on Avenue 52 between La Ponderosa Drive and Hernandez Street. And so you see the CV Link connector that is still in construction. So if you've driven past this area, you'll see that CV Link is coming along very nicely here. So the need for a linear park is still there to provide connectivity to CV Link. Area 1, which is here, is encumbered with utility easements, making it undevelopable except for public open space uses, such as this linear park that we identified with connectivity to CV Link. And then area 2 is open to further community input so that it could be, built to its full potential. And so, so we have area 1 and area 2. And this concludes our presentation regarding parks. Does anyone have any questions?
Community from the standpoint of, because this land was acquired through eminent domain, and I remember having this conversation about the use of eminent domain and not being in agreement with it because I didn't like the fact that we were going to use it in an area that we were going to use it. I don't think it was the best site. The state's come back and said, hey, we can't proceed here because we use it through eminent domain. And now, but the good thing is that they've told us that we can keep the money.
Yes.
And we can keep the park. So we're not going to lose the park. And it's going to be built, and and it sounds like what they're asking is, or we asked and they agreed to, is that we can use it at Rancho Las Flores Park to build out the park. Problem we're going to have is the community here. They were told they were going to get a park. We did a lot of workshops with them, and at the end of the day, they're not getting a park because the $8.5 million can't be used there now. I think the idea of putting the linear park is a good idea to help clean up that area, but you still have phase 2, and you're looking for community input, and I don't believe that the community input should say this should be a park. Do we own that land, Gabriel?
Carlos?
We have an order of possession, so we own it.
So we do own that land already. And at that point, like, what are we bound by in terms
We're
legally?
looking at that. It looks like we have to put it for public use within 10 years, and if not, we can change the use. Right now, we condemn it for a public park, public use. We can change that, if there's another public use that comes about. But we would have looks about 10 years.
Could
If not, we
public
can
use
get
also
that.
be
could-
affordable housing?
That should, if we gotta make those findings, yeah, depending on what, we'd have to reevaluate and bring it back to council again to make those findings for a public use. Right now, it's a public use for a park, but we could bring that back to extent that council has other.
Yeah, we would look at that as a potential affordable housing site.
Yeah, or other public use, as long as that was public use, we would have to bring that back and revise it, but it looks like we would have about 10 years for that, and even then, we could probably extend it again, but for the time being, we own the property.
We own the
have
property, we have
possession,
public use, and then
correct,
we would have to come back and clarify what
we have to,
public use is.
because right now, the public use we have it for is for parks, so if the public use is gonna change for something else, sheriff station or something else, then we have to come back to make those findings.
We're talking about the land we in the domain or?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah, 'cause we've already essentially acquired that property.
Yes.
We'll verify if affordable housing falls into that.
I'm sad for this community insofar as, you know, what the state hasn't allowed us to do with this area. And it's, you know, I mean, if I'm living there and I was promised a park and then you got a grant award. And then the owner reneges and then we eminent domain him and the state comes back and said, nope, you can't use that money there because it was eminent domain, like the false promise, right? Like, so it's kind of sad. So, but having said that though, like, you know, I think what we should really think about is not like, what's the best community, like, what can we do as a government to really help build up that area? Because that's what that park was gonna do. It was gonna add a sense of vibrancy to that area. And so the linear park is a good idea. Affordable housing can be a really good idea, but I think committing as a community, as a city council, you know, one of the couple of big concerns that are out there. The amount of dust that is being received in that community because it's adjacent to agricultural fields. And the dust that comes to the backyards and fills the inside of those homes, it's a huge issue there. And so, you know, thinking about what type of mitigation we can do with the property owner adjacent to those homes, is something that I think we need to really think about. Now, the property owner is going to argue that, well, I've been here and I've been doing agriculture, et cetera, but at the same time, like that agriculture, when they're tilling the soil, it's just creating a bunch of particulate that is just inundating those residents. Number two, the look of those homes is like they need work. They need, you know, paint, roofs, windows, and I'm a big believer that when you invest in an area, like particularly a public investment like a park, the community ends up investing with you. And absent that investment, it's like the motivation leaves. And so what I'm thinking is, you know, there have been some really cool efforts in other communities where they create these CDBG targeted areas where there's this huge rehab that occurs. And it's cleanup of those properties, it's, you know, facade programs, it's, you know, landscape programs with this linear park. And if we can get an infusion of housing, maybe work with a developer to kind of help that community to kind of revive it. Now, so I guess my point is, like, we got to really think through how we can soften, because we'll never replace the park, you know, and I'm sure the easy ask is going to be, well, city commit to building a park, but we don't have $8.5 million to build a park, you know. And so that's what we don't want to go out there, and we're not going to promise, but we need to think about, like, what is something we can do so that the impact and the benefit of they would have received is still realized. I think we need to think through that. And because we can't, because the news is going to be bad, but there's also good news, which is we didn't lose the money. It's getting transferred to another area of the city. And so that's the good news, that as a collective, all of us, we're all winning, but that little area though, that feels like bad news if I was living there.
Yeah,
You know?
the good thing is we got $8.5 million to work for a park, and I want to, be clarify when we are, because of the state grants, how they work, we have to do community meetings for all the parks. So I wouldn't portray it or send the message as we made a false promise, as that would be equivalent to saying that for Avenue 53 or any other grant where we mobilize people to get community input and then they don't get a park. It's part of the process. Unfortunately, that's not on the state nor the city. I think the real fault here is unfortunate that we had a bad partner. That we were told by a partner that they were going to sell us the land, and they were in writing why, saying that they were going to sell us this land if we receive this money. When we receive this money, they decide not to. And so I don't think the city nor we did anything wrong by eminent domaining that property. If you're going to be a bad actor and say, yeah, go apply for this grant, we excite the community, we organize the community, and they're like, you know what, never mind. I'm like, I think that, I'm not for eminent domaining anyone's property for the sake of eminent domaining. But in this case, when you want to be a bad actor, a bad neighbor, and say, sure, and then we get this big money, that's the issue. I don't think the fault lays on us nor the state. We have $8.5 million now, and I think we could use it obviously for the Rancho Las Flores, phase 2. But do we need 8.5 for that entire park? That's a question where we could use some of that reserve to invest in creating green space in that property. I'm sure we could use $1 million of that, is that, just to get it started, or do some other work, right? Eventually thinking about short-term and long-term goals. But I think you're right. We need to do something for that community. We own that land now, and we can also, we know that our assembly member has done a great job in pushing for the state park grants, and we expect that we expect more money coming from the state, and we could further now go and apply for those monies again, and the need still the same in that community. Now it's our land, so we won't have to the idea of eminent domain, like it's in the past already, and we can look and see how we can grow that community in general. I just want to reiterate that part is like the narrative isn't the city is coming short. We're doing our best to serve the community, and we're giving them this. And so now let's move forward on an optimistic manner and still look at ways that we can benefit that community there.
I agree with Councilmember Galarza. I don't think that we did anything wrong either. We were just committing to what the community meetings were about. Selena, and forgive me, I had to step out, is that what efforts are we making to have those discussions with the residents in that community and notifying them of what has occurred?
We have not reached out to anyone just yet, but staff has identified additional grant funding opportunities to beautify that area potentially. As the mayor indicated, the linear park is a really good idea, and we could possibly use a Clean California grant, application to see if we could fund the beautification of that site. We also identified another grant funding source for affordable housing in the event that council thinks that's a good idea. We actually had identified home ownership opportunities, so we would build like townhomes so people can actually have a smaller footprint, but yet it's still affordable housing, but they get to own that, and that could be like a really small micro project there. But yes, we will take direction from council as far as the sort of outreach that council would like for staff to do, because we have not initiated any kind of information to the residents of La Ponderosa area.
Yeah,
I think that we're gonna have to obviously reach out to them. I would prefer to have another community meeting with them to inform them of it there. I think just out of respect, since they took so much time to design this park, is to notify them that way of it, so that they're gonna have questions, and rightfully so, we should be there to answer them. When you're talking about the linear park, that's based on whether we would be awarded the grants that we would be applying for, correct?
Yes,
Yes, so we're still looking at, even with that, even if we go that route, we're looking at still years down the road when they were expecting something to be coming within the next, year or two. We're now just obviously, now we're looking at it being further out. Of course, affordable housing is always needed, but I'm just thinking of when we have, and we should have a community meeting with them, is also taking feedback and input from them. Just in consideration, since they took so much time to design what was going to be there, is that we also give them an opportunity to give suggestions and requests about what they would like to see there as well. I think it's just, again, it's just a respectful thing to do because they spent and dedicated so much of their time. But we're going to have to, address that as well. It's really easy for us to say, a linear park is great. Yeah, it is, but it's also based on whether we get awarded the grant in the first place. And then we have to go through the entire application process and then identifying the grants that we would have to be applying for. So I do think that we do have the responsibility to be very open with them about what this means and then how long this will take. When it comes to the $8.5 million, I think it all needs to be dedicated to the second phase of Rancho Las Flores.
That's correct. Yes, the entire amount must be utilized within that parcel or, whatever comprises phase 2 of Rancho Las Flores exclusively.
And so, and that, that makes sense to me as well, even though we would like to put some of that money elsewhere, but it would be no different than the 8.5 being dedicated to the Avenue 52, which was a lot smaller. And then as far as the design goes, is that similar design then going to be adopted in the second phase of Rancho Las Flores?
No, the design for Rancho Las Flores, this was, okay, so, I mentioned in the presentation, and I apologize if it wasn't clear, the city had actually submitted an application for Rancho Las Flores Park to the state parks in 2019. And at that time, the city embarked on very extensive community engagement. And so during that process, those amenities were identified for Rancho Las Flores. And so for me to submit basically that application again, I had to demonstrate the community engagement that accompanied Rancho Las Flores when we applied. And so that was what that engagement, KDI was a partner and also at that time. And so that was what the community had requested, is all of those amenities that you saw.
I do appreciate the state basically changing, I don't know if it's a point system to allow that $8.5 million to be dedicated to the second phase of Rancho Las Flores, because the case was always that because there was a park there already in close proximity, that, the second phase really wasn't eligible, for grant funding when it came to providing what they, even though it was all designed to be one part, what they were looking at it as two parks, basically, from the first phase to the second phase. So I am appreciative that they did take that into consideration and then, make the changes that they needed to be able to build out the rest of that park, which obviously also made it a strong location because of the strong community engagement that had already taken place.
Yes.
Thank you.
I agree about the transparency and being honest with that community about what's occurred. It's very, very important. I also agree, or I also think I should say, that it's going to be very important that we don't give them wishful thinking, and that we also are not naive to know that our state partners don't forget. They know what we're doing, and they know how we acquire land. Like people don't go away overnight. And so when we're having these conversations, there's going to be a natural inclination for people to say, well, we want the park. And going to these communities and saying, well, we have it and we acquired it. And telling the state that, they're going to remember, well, you acquired it through eminent domain. So we got to be very, very cautious and very, very thoughtful about how we're communicating with that community. And then very realistic about what can actually occur there. And I think what worst thing we want to do is lead them on and lead them on again. And it's to the point about not having a partner that pulled out, like that pulled away. I think that's absolutely true. They pulled away. And just for the edification of the council, it was the criteria of getting these dollars has always been the income of these communities and the fact that they're very low socioeconomic. And so if you remember, the two areas that we had that were eligible for a park were 52 and 53. And it was this council that said, we're gonna move on 52. Now, yeah, well, we ultimately we ultimately got awarded there.
Right.
But at the end of the day, through the works of our team and through the works of Assemblymember Garcia in his office, we were able to keep the money. I think that needs to be said, and people need to be acknowledged about how well they worked to keep the money. It wasn't a repoint system or let's rescore this stuff. No, this was relationships. And so when we're thinking about how we're gonna re-engage the state, we need to be mindful that that we value those relationships and that we tell them like, hey, we're gonna use this, we're gonna do our project, but maybe we rethink this area a little bit more. We're gonna need your help because we either want to build affordable housing, or I really don't know of another solution of what to do with that area. And certainly telling them that building a park there or anything other than that, than housing right now, to me is something that like, I don't know what else could go there. So just being mindful of what is actually buildable in that area. And that's how we should move.
Selena, thank you so much for the presentation and that update. I think we were all waiting to hear a little bit more on what was going on with that grant. I would just say that, and for Gabriel too, when we meet with the community again, because I agree with my colleagues, it's going to be important to go back and talk to them, that we don't show up empty-handed no matter what, that we come with a plan. Whatever that may look like, let's sit down, do our homework, whatever we can do as a council to support you in that. But let's show up with a plan. Let's show up with something. That way they don't feel like we're just there, empty-handed. We don't have anything. We don't have a plan. And we're just there to kind of deliver the news. So whatever that you need from us, let us know. But definitely showing up and speaking with the community, and allowing them to, also share their comments, their concerns, whatever it may be. But let's not show up empty-handed. Let's show up with a plan and let's do our homework in that area.
Thank you.
I get text messages all the time, where's my park coming? Where's my park coming? And I know a lot of people that live in that neighborhood and they send me text messages and they're like, when's my park? So I think it's very important that we come with an open book and say this is what occurred. And I agree with everyone's viewpoint, so I don't want to drag the conversation on. So
yeah, I think obviously, there's a need to create something there. I agree with Councilmember Virgen about the idea of coming with a plan. We have looking at what's the cost of building something there, right? 8.5 would have been great, but what can we do with less, using some of our funding, whether it's reserves, whether it's impact fees, Quimby fees, looking at different monies that we may have, or even, the mayor brings up a good suggestion too about, maybe do affordable housing, something mixed, right? Community garden, if you will. But I think, let's there's different ideas. And I think, we can be optimistic in moving forward. At the end of the day, tomorrow is a better day in Coachella because we have $8.5 million. And Rancho Las Flores is a park that we all use, whether you live in Avenue 53 or you live in Avenue 52, you live in Avenue 54 or 48, right? Rancho Las Flores is a community park that all of our kids use. And so though we need to do something there for that community. Coachella still won today, and Coachella's, applaud the staff and the leadership of this council for making that happen, because we're not, it's not, obviously it's a weird scenario, but it's not a bad scenario. We're getting a new park in our community, and so I think we could do something better moving forward.
All right, we'll move forward on now the American Rescue Plan Act presentation.
Mr. Mayor, it's past 8 o'clock. If you want to.
Go ahead. Is there anyone in the community that would like to address the city council?
Yes, we have Francis Fernandez.
Hi, Francis.
Hello and good evening. My name is Francis Fernandez, and I'm a senior public affairs specialist with the South Coast Air Quality Management District. And I'm here to share a few community announcements. The Check Before You Burn season's just around the corner. Each year from November through the end of February, residents are asked to check before burning wood in their fireplaces to limit emissions of fine particulate matter from smoke during winter months. Residents can do their part to improve air quality by choosing not to burn wood when no burn days are announced, which are 24-hour bans on wood burning in residential fireplaces, stoves, or outdoor fire pits when particulate matter is expected to reach elevated levels. For more information, please visit our Check Before You Burn page at aqmd.gov/CBYB. That's CBYB for Check Before You Burn. And you can also sign up for email alerts at airalerts.org or through the South Coast AQMD mobile smartphone app. Additionally, our Clean Air Award nominations are opening soon. For over 3 decades, South Coast AQMD has honored those who have made outstanding clean air contributions to improve the health of our communities and the economy. If you know any individuals, youth, or organizations who have made contributions to keeping our air clean, please let us know by submitting a nomination. Categories include leadership in air quality, youth, young leadership in air quality for those aged 25 and under, and innovative clean air technology and strategy. More Clean Air Awards info and soon our nomination form can be found on aqmd.gov/CAA. Our community lawn and garden program is open to commercial gardeners and landscapers, local government, school districts and colleges, and nonprofit organizations. Incentives are available when exchanging older polluting gasoline or diesel powered commercial lawn and garden equipment for new zero emission battery electric commercial grade equipment at participating retail locations. More commercial lawn and garden program info can be found at aqmd.gov/lawn garden, including lists of eligible equipment and participating retailers. And lastly, we encourage everyone to reach out to us if you have any air quality complaints using our South Coast AQMD mobile app, online at aqmd.gov/complaints, or over the phone at 1-800-CUT-SMOG. You can also follow us on social media at South Coast AQMD for daily air quality forecasts, advisories, and updates. That includes AB 617 Community Air Monitoring Program Steering Committee meeting streams. We're on Facebook, Instagram, X, formerly known as Twitter, and LinkedIn. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to chat and share flyers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
We also have Armando Martinez.
Welcome. Martinez. Next speaker. Next speaker. That's it. All right, we'll continue the meeting. This is a presentation on the American Rescue Plan Act.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. The item before you is to give you an update on the American Relief Act, American Relief Plan Act, ARPA funds. So we've had a few study sessions on this item. We want to keep you up to date on what's going on and what staff is suggesting. You know, the American Rescue Plan came after the CARES Act and the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2020 and 2021 during COVID. It created new programs that addressed the pandemic-related crises during the United States and throughout the world. It was passed by Congress on March 10th, 2021, and signed into law on March 11th, 2021. Part of the American Rescue Plan Act was the Coronavirus State Local Fiscal Recovery Funds, which authorized about $350 billion to state, local, and tribal governments across the country to respond and recover from the COVID-19 public crisis. The city was allocated $10.9 million, tier 2, because we're under 250,000 population, and the funds must be encumbered by December 31, 2024 next year. Some of the eligible uses was under the 2022 final rule was replace any loss of public sector revenue, respond to the far-reaching public health and negative economic impacts of the pandemic, provide premium pay for essential workers, and invest into water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. In 2023, they added more to the final rule, which included emergency relief from natural disasters or their economic impacts, surface transportation projects, which like qualify under Caltrans and the transportation partner transportation, like the raise grant and the info grant, and then also Title I projects that qualify under CDBG. Our outreach efforts were study session number 1 on August 25th, 2021, and then study session number 2 on November 15th, 2021. And we were the only city in the Coachella Valley that did a public survey and community outreach in November of 2021 to ask our residents what they wanted to see with this money. And this was kind of the breakdown: 10.9 million, 80,000 for a feasibility study for broadband, a home repair weatherization program for 500,000, workforce development program for 500,000. New citywide software upgrade for 400,000, the fire station remodel project for 5 million, the civic center pandemic retrofit project 600,000, water infrastructure project 1.6, sewer infrastructure project 610,000, broadband infrastructure projects 202,000, cash assistance program 1 million, and some COVID-19 health mitigation and prevention measures at 450,000. Just to give you an update on how that money has been spent so far. As you're aware, that our downtown Coachella fire station is underway. Construction was 6.2 million, 5.4 million came out of ARPA funds, the rest came out of the fire diff. It was approved by the council on July 13th, 2022. Project is in construction and will be completed by February 2024. Then we did the Coachella Immigration Families Recovery Program, which we partner with MAF, a nonprofit that provides 140 families with $400 a month for 24 months. $1 million was funded from ARPA. That was approved on July 27, 2022. The program is underway with no more applications being taken, and the next update will be at the November 8th meeting where MAF will come and give us our quarterly update. The COVID public health mitigation prevention, was allocated 450,000, and that staff bought a lot of PPE, but we only used 160,000, so there's remaining funds from that can be reallocated, and we don't foresee using that funds for this measure anymore. The workforce development program, it was kind of a lot of examples were taken out, like outdoor restaurant programs, small business startup, training programs. We allocated 500,000. As of now, we spent 107,000 on an internship program with One Future Coachella Valley that was approved on March 22nd, 2023, and our Coachella Residency Engagement Academy, which spent $6,250. That was approved on July 26, 2023, and we have about 86,000 available in this fund. The home weatherization program, it's to make home repairs and weatherization upgrades. We've allocated $500,000 for this. It's going to be a partnership with the Riverside County Housing Department and Habitat for Humanity. We presented this item on October 11th, and we plan to bring this back for City Council's approval on December 13th, 2023, and program launch in January of 24. Citywide software upgrades. This is kind of to bring the city up to the 21st century in regards to software. Right now, our Eden program is going to be obsolete in the next 2 years. So this is something we have to do. It's not an option. It's a very expensive endeavor. Overall, it's going to cost 1.2 million. We've allocated 400,000 from ARPA funds, and the rest will come out of general fund. And it's going to be about a 2-year conversion, and the project starts March 2024. Next is the Civic Center pandemic The Civic Center Pandemic Retrofit Project, it's to convert a Civic Center, the Planning Commission room into the new city council chambers with a state-of-the-art art, video, and digital technology. This building is the only building that's Zoom capable. This will give us a second option and a more modern option for Zoom capability. We allocated about 600,000 for this project. We presented it on October 11th with the renderings that you see in the site plan. We plan to bring this back on the next meeting on October 8th to allocate those funds. It's about a 3-month design process and a 6-month construction process. So by October 24, this project, if approved by the city council, will be completed. After speaking with our utility department, we decided to convert the 2.2 million of sewer and water infrastructure funds that were allocated for those two into just two sewer projects. One is to do the sewer project S18, which runs from, I think, Tyler from 53 to 54. That can take, it's about a $1.5 million project. Takes about 3 to 6 months of the design, and it should be ready for construction by the end of 2024. But as long as we encumber those funds for this project, it qualifies. And then the other one is to buy a redundant bar screen at the sanitary district. We have one, but we need a second one, so those are very expensive, and they're about $900,000. This is kind of the time frame that indicates those projects I indicated. So by 2024, we will encumber those funds for these various projects and programs, and hopefully they'll all be completed or encumbered by 2024 December. As I indicated, we also found other people's money to do different things. So the broadband feasibility study, the broadband infrastructure projects, and the COVID mitigation funds. We received the LOTA grant for $234,000 to do the broadband feasibility study and identify broadband infrastructure projects. So that freed up that money, along with the savings from the COVID mitigation and prevention program. The city has about $460,000 left over from ARPA funds that can be reprogrammed. These are our recommendations, but we will open it up to council for their ideas and recommendations. One was to reprogram that money into the existing programs, like the ARPA program, which is workforce development, weatherization. We can put the $113,000 that we took for the internship program and the academy back into that to make it $500,000 again. The fire station needs part of the scope wasn't to replace the old bay doors, but talking to the chief, they suggested that we modernize those doors to improve better response times, and those new doors will cost about $200,000. So we want to bring that item back to council, either ARPA funds or DIF funds, so it can come out of either or. During the recent storms, we've noticed that our group, we have the most hardworking, best crew out there, and they showed it, but they don't have the best equipment, and we identified some deficiencies in our equipment. So staff is going to recommend purchasing 2 6-inch and 2 4-inch pumps for future storms that will help us pump out. I was there for the second storm, and it took them an hour to get one of the pumps going, and that's unacceptable because we should be able to get them going quickly, move on to the next site. So we are getting estimates for that now. That will probably be coming soon, either in November, December, but this money will either come from the general fund or from ARPA funds. And then the final one is to throw all that money back, the 460 back into the software upgrade. That's a $1.2 million project. So in essence, we'll be using $860,000 in ARPA funds for that project. That being said, we're open to any feedback, questions, or anything that the council would like to see with those funds.
It's Gabriel's over here. This is a really good presentation, Gabriel. You've done a really good job of just providing the history of it and the initial request for allocation, and then now the request for reallocation. When this came back, when we're doing the study sessions there, for me, I had hope still to see some money being put in there for the childcare systems, I know they got hit pretty hard during the pandemic, and many of them had shared the money that they had to put in just to meet the requirements that the state was asking for back then. And then also with expansion, they're also increasing the children that they're now accepting. And we know that's a big need here in the city of Coachella. We have a lot of, or most of the families here average, 3 kiddos. And then when you're looking at combined families, you're now up to about 5 kiddos. So I'm a big supporter and advocate for just supporting our families and anything that has to do with childcare. And so maybe we can still take that into consideration. And if it's not from here, then we find some type of grant funding or something that we can help assist with that. As far as the money for the Civic Center, I'm still optimistic about using that much money. I know it's needed. And I know you guys have done a really good job of making sure that, the design was not only efficient for, bringing in the community, but also I'm sure cost effective as well. I'm sure all that was taken into consideration. We would be now using the $1 million for the software. Is it 1.1, 1 million?
It's a 1.2 overall, but we're only allocating 400
And then the
rest will come from general. fund.
And then has the money for the request for the Civic Center, was that increased as well?
No,
That's
that
what-
was an increase.
Oh, okay, okay. And then, so I guess we would have to then discuss the reallocation of recommendations for some of the changes.
Right now, there's 460,000 to be used for any wishes that the council would like. We gave those 4 recommendations, but we are open. If the council wants to do something else with that money, we can as well. And then I identified the uses through the rulings that were passed in 2022 and 2023.
And we have to, we have to consider as well is how we're gonna be using the money that we had set aside for the small business community. We heard a lot from them today, and we've been hearing from them is that, they're struggling. And so whether that's financial support to them, which I also support, but is identifying is how we can have the greatest impact in supporting those small business communities that we've had, and especially, many of them here. We still have Oscar from La Familia here. But I know like La Noria had discussed in detail, they've been struggling a great deal since after the pandemic. And so it's identifying how do we use those monies to support them the most. And so obviously we do need to bring that item back and just consider is how we're going to allocate, that money. And the reality is it's going to go by really quickly. It's 380,000, but how much can we do and how many small businesses can we support when those costs are rising? And so I would like to hear from my colleagues about some.
Okay, I'm glad to see the partnership with the county and Habitat for Humanity for our community. Do we have any information on maybe our residents that were impacted by Hurricane Hillary? And if we're able to allocate anything to be able to provide support there, especially for our senior community. I'm just thinking I've received a couple of calls and emails. And they've had, questions on whether if we have any sort of assistance for them. Just wondering if maybe we can include that when it comes to like that partnership with Habitat for Humanity that we talked about. And if we have maybe a list, I don't know if anybody or any of them have reached out to the city, if staff has any information on folks who have reached out, but I think that would be something important to consider. Although it happened, some time ago now, I think that there are still people, especially in our senior community, that, might need some assistance.
Yeah, we can reach out to our EMS partners and see if they have that information for FEMA, and I can try to get that information for you.
Wonderful, thank you.
So Gabe, the one thing I know that we set out as a benchmark when we allocated these monies originally, and the council was different, is that we didn't want to be duplicative. Did I say that right? Duplicating programs. And so I say that because I agree, childcare is needed, but I also know there's
like 3, 4 million, 5 million from the county that these same childcare providers are eligible to receive, and I'm hoping that we don't like become duplicative, because there's a lot of need out there, and so we want to just be thinking about, making sure that the love can be spread, and I think that's important. I don't recall a $600,000 allotment to the Civic Center when we originally advocated for, we originally allocated these dollars. I don't recall us saying we were going to spend $600,000 to redo that facility over there and then shift these meetings over there. And I'm not for that. I think having our council meetings here, and as also our planning commission meetings here, and all of our community meetings here is where we should continue to have them, because our facility on Avenue 54, while it is newer and it's updated, is also very isolated and hard to get to, and it's in a corner of the city that there's no housing. And so shifting Civics all the way over there, to me, is not the right move. Now, if you want to talk about doing a new city hall and creating a new city hall and looking at how we can do that, by purchasing property, maybe in Zona Central, the real Zona Central, like maybe we can get into that conversation. I also know that we can use ARPA funds to build parks. We just had a huge conversation about how do we fund a linear park. And we could probably take a little bit of these ARPA dollars and combine them with Quimby dollars in that area and build out that linear park. I also believe that the workforce development program, while there are dollars that are allocated 360, we should probably put the 500 back and then work with our business community and spelling out what a workforce development program looks like. And maybe it is that we pick up the tab to employ people at some of these small businesses. That way, people are working and then they get some business relief in terms of employment, et cetera. So the city would pick up a tab. And I think I really don't see what I don't know what that program looks like, Gabe. I know we have money for workforce development, but we haven't established a program. So maybe enlightening us on what that program looks like, I think might be a good effort. So I'm throwing out these ideas because if the council, the council's gonna have to vote, right, on allocating 600,000, but if we don't go there, that's 600,000 that we could shift to that linear park, and then we can also shift other dollars. Unless the council, and I understand I'm one of 5, but if the council is willing to leave downtown and go to Civics out on 54, in the middle of the industrial area where our residents are, it's hard to access and everything's got to drive through, like drive to, as opposed to walking here and it's part of downtown Civics, like I'm gonna oppose that. So I don't quite remember that move, Gabe, and so enlighten me on how that decision occurred.
There was a informative item last meeting, but we didn't provide direction.
Yeah, that's coming back in November, the next meeting, so you guys can vote on not approving that and allocating those funds that we're bringing back on November 8th.
Yeah, I just feel strongly that
This was the original ARPA, and it was included in there during our first 2 study sessions.
Okay, I got it.
I
So-
think the recommendations were there. I think there just wasn't. I remember there not being enough time. Remember in the study sessions too, we needed more time, but there was I don't think we got to go down that far, but there also wasn't much pushback on the item either. I remember at that.
Well,
And-
that's
and
what
keep
what
it-
was approved, right?
Yeah, and I'll keep in mind, these are just earmarks, right? So these are,
We can shift them.
we can shift them. So the projects that we haven't shifted, I think we spent about 7 million already with the fire stations and construction. The ones that we approved, that money's been allocated already, because you guys approved that. So the other ones are just recommendations and you guys can not do those
And-
projects and reshift them.
The other thing too. You know, we did allocate 500,000 for home weatherization program. And I haven't seen that program either. And I've been going to the senior center. They've been jumping on me because I keep telling them that program's coming. And I sound like I'm lying to them. And I haven't seen that program. Like, when is it gonna get implemented? And I hear you letting me know that you're talking about the end of the beginning of the fiscal year or beginning of the calendar year. But that program needs to come like sooner than later. And if I'm not mistaken, we also have maybe 1.1 million that's available to build a program that's robust, like 1.3, 1.5, 1.6. And I say that because going back to having a plan, when we go to Sierra Vista or La Pandorosa, or even Cochelita, or even, you know, some of the communities on Genoa and these other communities, these are very old homes. And they're lacking roofs, they're lacking windows, they're lacking paint, they're lacking installation. And so I guess my point here is that really preparing our residents for climate change is going to be a huge priority, and it should be a huge priority, not only today, but moving forward. And so I'm okay with like foregoing civics or like moving civics there so that we can give the community more of these resources, and then rethinking if we really want to make a city hall or move civics, like create an actual like development and look at it through the development that we're having and funding it through, you know, DIF fees. And then really thinking through it, how do we redevelop Zona Central? I think that's very, very important that like we come with a plan of how we really develop Zona Central and think long-term. Because if you ask me what the permit center is going to turn into long-term, it's probably going to be something that's public safety focused in the future. And we need to think about that and really think long-term. You have a train coming, you know, that area is still going to need a park, you know, and it qualifies from a like a state grant program. It qualifies big time. That whole area, Pandorosa, Zona Central, you know, Sierra Vista. That's one of the oldest and poorest areas of city of Coachella. So it's kind of where I'm at. But I think just hearing all the suggestions, it gives you some area of kind of restructuring what we're going to do.
Yeah, I agree on, you know, I think we could do something with the park, something with, you know, we just had a community, I mean, you know, our last item, so, you know, what a perfect timing, you know, so, agreed. I think that, you know, there's a need to add to the, you know, funding that we discussed a few meetings ago regarding the, you know, helping some family members, you know, so people renovate their housing, especially after this, you know, the hurricane that just happened. And so, you know, in support of small businesses, or, you know, however that looks, and whether it's in employment or whatnot. But I do agree, you know, I have 4 kids, so Councilmember Delgado, the need for childcare is very important. The county, along with First 5, they have a really cool subsidy program where a lot of most families that apply for it receive the funding so they can take care of it. So I also think we need to be, you know, very, very tactical on how we use this money. But I think, you know, there's different ways that we can go forward in doing that.
I do agree with the putting back the money back into the $500,000. I prefer it that way. And so I'm glad that the mayor supports that. And, you know, in support of what my colleagues are saying about workforce development, you know, I just want to know again, you know, whatever that is, however, that money is going to best support the businesses so that they can generate more revenue and save money, then that's what we should obviously explore. That's what the money is for. You know, you've been given now a few options about maybe potentially where to use that money instead of the civic center. And I've heard parks, hurricane relief, childcare development. There has been some really good comments about childcare development and what's available. I would like to hear what's available, you know, whether it's the county or whether it's a state that's providing it, and what exactly are they providing? So my understanding was many times that it's to help enroll their kiddos into childcare, you know, but is it building and expanding current childcare? Is that what it is?
Just both.
So, okay, well, perfect. Then can we hear, you know, from the county, or if you guys can provide what the programs are? I would love to hear about it. And then also, then provide that information to the childcare centers that we have currently. Maybe they're not aware of it. And so I do, you know, if we don't have to duplicate, if there's monies there that are available, but then let's provide them those resources of programs that exist, you know, and so.
So on the note, just sorry, on the note of childcare, just so that you don't have to go back to the drawing board with all this stuff. Our COE first 5 are the main sources for childcare. And if you reach out to both of them, I bet you they have an entire list. I know they do because I've seen it, of childcare providers, not just of family childcare centers, but also just regularly childcare centers. And they talk with them, they provide support to them, they provided ARPA funds to them, the county separately provided funds to them. And every year they get updated on the amount that they're gonna receive. And they receive funding per child. And then they also receive funding for their workforce development. And then they also receive funding for expansion. So you can just ask them to, if they want to provide a presentation, but they have everyone's contact information when it comes to those that are providing childcare, because they're their direct contact. They provide a direct source to them. So just so you don't have to go back, but it's our COE and first 5 that do all of that.
Yeah, and the neat thing about it too is that they don't use a federal poverty guideline like other people use. So you can be middle class families and receive like full subsidized of your childcare. So, you know, in other programs, like other programs that go out based on the federal poverty guideline, like Head Start, and a lot of our families that, you know, we're living in poverty in California, but according to the federal poverty guideline, we're not poor. And so it's pretty neat about that program that it's not exclusive to, like, you know, the federal government guideline. Yeah, but I can send you some information to offline, Gabriel, that you could bring to the city council.
Perfect, thank you to both of you on the county and RCO side. Councilor Morales, do they do presentations? Do they do?
Yeah.
Can we have, maybe we can reach out. It would be great for me to know, and maybe some of us who are not.
I would want to have one, just so I can, I'm not really familiar with like the, I don't know, children, so.
I don't either,
Yeah, so I just.
but I love reading.
My comments, I think your pumps and equipment for the future storms, you know, 300,000 is a lot, but you know, you said you were getting quotes, so I would want to see that, because I think, you know, after that last storm, and you know, I keep reading on my Weather Channel news on NPR, the El Nino is coming, and what is that going to look like? We're going to go from a really dry winter to a really wet winter, and how do we best prepare? I think looking forward in that storm mitigation. But
I should give you, you're not getting your city hall.
So you guys want me to nix that?
Yeah,
Because we put a lot of money, we put some effort into that, so I will at least like you guys. to hear it.
I'm sorry, I wasn't.
I'm
sorry, I
So
wasn't
that's the consent, because I,
right now.
Councilor Delgado, Mayor, and now you're the third one, so.
It's about the,
I'd rather paint this room.
I think
There's a charm here.
it would be something that I'd support if we had like full consensus as a council. I don't think it's an immediate thing that, in terms of like the plan about moving from here to 54, our city hall meetings. I liked some of the design that, we saw at the last council meeting. But again, I think if we were in a time where sort of like we didn't have, these many fires around us. I think at that point, then I push it for it too, so.
I got my trade.
The one thing, and Maritza, you gotta do the make or buy analysis here, but buying pumps and equipment that are gonna be used, are we better off renting them? Because they do get used and we can give them back and somebody can maintain them. And I know that, I say that because I've seen a lot of equipment that we have when we were actually shoveling, sand of equipment that is no good anymore, and it's just there, and so buying.
But you gotta also understand, Mayor, during a state of emergency, that equipment's probably gonna be leased out, rented out, and I don't have them.
But during emergencies, that's why the pre-planning is important, so that you go before the emergencies and actually work out your leases. And I know, and your rents, and I know that it's not CAL FIRE, but Office of Emergency Services, they have that service as well. And we contract with the county, and we can work with them to say, hey, we want to pre-approve some of our leases. And we're guaranteed, but because of, and the other businesses, well, the businesses have to meet our contract demands. And so that's part of, negotiating as a county and getting some of this equipment and maybe looking down that avenue. I get it. We want to own our stuff. We want to buy it. Cool. But within a year or two, that stuff gets obsolete and, and so I don't know, make the analysis, figure it out. If it's easier to rent it than to buy it.
If the council is not interested in the civic center retrofit, I would recommend upgrading our camera system here at least. This is pretty outdated, so.
Agree.
Yeah, and
One plugs down here.
we can't really charge our computers,
Yeah, no, it's super.
I mean, also too, but I'm not saying I want to move, but I'm just thinking like, when I'm like picturing, right, when we're on that side or if we're here, what's more efficient though for not only our meetings, but also
Over there. 100%.
our staff? Okay, I get it. I love walking out of here at night and this is amazing. But if it's being recommended, I guess I would just want us to think through the efficiency part. Is it going to make us more efficient? And does it make sense to do that? I would just say, putting that out there for the council.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it from the resident standpoint. What's more efficient? What's easier for the residents to get here? We only meet twice a month and sometimes once a month, right, Frank? And we're like not even at all when we count our meetings. But so it's like, we're only meeting here once or twice. Planning commission, same day.
I mean,
Is the planning commission meeting here?
they're supposed to be meeting in their planning
They're-
commission room.
Yeah, because when I was on the commission, I remember we were over
Yeah,
there.
because they have Zoom capabilities, they have to come here. So we
Yeah.
designed that. That was a waste of space. And right now I have wasted space right there. So I have to either make offices or something there. That's just, planning commission can't meet there no more because this is the only room that has Zoom capabilities. And just to note that, that building is safer, ADA compliance, there's just a lot of benefits, fire sprinkler system, if we're talking about the convenience for residents, we also have to consider their safety and their accessible to
I think
water
we should
amenities.
plan next meeting then. Present the plan, we see it, and talk about the efficiency that Councilmember Virgen mentioned. I think, like if you feel it's more efficient for staff, I think it's worth debating. I think I support it if we didn't have all these other needs, but there's always gonna be needs. Yeah.
I got the marching orders. I can, we'll look at the workforce development, the linear park, anything else, Dr. Figueroa, that. All right, well, thank you for the.
With the RCOE presentation.
Yeah, we'll get that going. Appreciate the feedback. Thank you. I'll come back with another plan.
Gabriel,
Thanks,
were you guys I know that last time we had requested for the ARPA presentation, and then also if we bring back that item, is it during this time that you were seeking more direction when it came to the civic center?
No, I was gonna bring that item back on November 8th and you
Yeah.
guys were gonna officially shoot it down or bring
Yes,
it back.
so what I'm saying is that I thought that that's what was gonna happen, so with that in mind, is that I'm not eliminating or removing that off the table, not for me. I'm still wanting to see that presentation. It's just discussing of, whether the money would be best prioritized there versus other needs. But I do agree with staff that location, I think is better suited. And that's just because, like for the meetings itself, we have meetings here maybe once a month. And that's maybe twice, but that's it. And residents come here just to be redirected, that city offices are no longer here, and then redirected out there. And so there's a lot of confusion between our residents is what's here and what's actually over there. So I'm not against the civic center. I just want to make sure that we're prioritizing it in the manner that we should, while not discarding some of the other needs.
Understood. Thank you.
We'll move on to written communications. There are none. No. Move on to item number, actually, the consent calendar. It's recommended as a consent item be acted upon simultaneously unless separate discussion or interaction is requested by city council members or members of the audience. I will be, and just a reminder, item number 9, as well as the item number 9 has been continued, and I will be abstaining from item number 11.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to make a modification. I made an error. Item number 15 on the hard copy, number 16 should have been under consent, not under new business. So I would respectfully request moving item 15 or 16, depending on what agenda you're looking at, to consent.
What's the title?
That is a resolution 2023-7-7D, standard conditions of approval for monopole wireless telecommunication facilities.
Okay, I'm gonna take a motion to add item number 15, resolution 2023-70 to the consent calendar. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
I'm gonna take another motion to approve the consent calendar with I'll motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of item number 9 that have been continued to the next meeting. And
Can you read the item title? Because I think you're reading.
item number 9 is approve a new lease between the city of Coachella and Sunlight Transit Agency. That has been continued, and I will be abstaining on item number 11. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second, and we gotta, again, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any abstentions? Any noes? No, we'll move on now to new business calendars. And this is provide staff direction to the 2023 Hometown Heroes honorees.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The item before you was continued from our September meeting. We were directed to post this online and obtain community input. We did so. We did get a total of 42 nominees. Several of those nominees got more than one nomination, and that was identified in the staff report. Generally speaking, in the years prior, council has selected between 2 to 5 hometown heroes honorees that are then recognized during our tree lighting program. And this year also being recommended, those honorees will also be part of our procession as hometown heroes as a grand marshal for the parade. So with that, staff is looking for direction from the council as to the nominations for 2023 hometown heroes. Again, 42 were provided feedback from the community.
And I think some of these are already.
Some of them are
Yeah.
already, like Lee Espinoza is already on, is a member of the Hometown Hero Wall already.
Yeah, you provided a list here.
Yes.
With the before, so.
Of the before and.
Yeah, so we can see that.
Dr. Gabriel Martin.
What's that?
More than one nomination.
All right.
I'm gonna move to honor or bring on Laura Garcia. She's our our Superior Court judge here from Coachella. And so she's our judge. I think she would be a great hometown hero.
Yeah, agreed.
Wanted to see Araceli de la Torre, who is grew up in Coachella, and if you don't know who Ms. de la Torre is, her family owns Jalisco's Restaurants, and she's a high school counselor in Coachella High School and has given back to CU Unified and a lot of the students, making sure, career counseling habit and ensuring that Coachella students are moving forward in education and supporting them in any way.
Nominate Oralia Ortiz. She's was nominated with Oralia and Ruben together. Is that the recommendation or?
That's how it was submitted.
But both are serving. I just want to make sure that they're recognized individually because they do individual work. I'll nominate Oralia. Yeah.
All right. That's it.
Any other nominations? So right now I have Laura Garcia, Araceli de la Torre, and Oralia Ortiz.
Amy, we'll do Oralia and Ruben, but just separate, not together.
Okay, so you're nominating both.
Yeah, but not
as
together,
individual. Yes,
yeah.
understood.
Yeah,
Thank you for
because
the
they're
clarification.
nominated together and I know but they're both doing a lot of great work together, but yeah.
Thank you for the clarification.
All right, we have nominations. Can we get a motion? Is there a motion to accept?
A motion to
I'm
accept?
sorry, is it okay to nominate someone off the list? The reason I asked that is because I would like to see Susie Del Toro on there. I would like to nominate her. She's done a lot for our veterans. She's organized our pancake breakfast and then also stuff that goes on at the cemetery along with the city of Indio. And so I know that she's not on here, but I do think that we should honor all that she has done in fighting for our veterans. And then also is, obviously we know that she passed on, and I think she had fought cancer once, survived it. And then unfortunately, the second round, she passed from it. But I do think that for me, that is my nomination, even though she's not on here. And then additionally, if at the Veterans Park and if my colleagues support it, is that we have a proclamation read for her at the Veterans Pancake Breakfast, if that's okay with all of you.
That, and I think we should also, if we have room, put a little stone for her. And we can put it next to her husband on her wall. That would be awesome, because she's a good gal. She was a very good gal. She did a lot.
I'll make a motion including Susan Toro.
Second. Confused with the motions we're making.
The motion is that all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We'll move on now to public hearings. There are none. Public comments. We just did on reports and requests from city council. Start to my right, Dr. Figueroa.
Let's see. Went this Monday to the DAP check signing or giving away from Assemblymember Garcia and Assemblymember Wallace. They were did bipartisan support, but to get $1 million for DAP Health, and they acquired Borrego Health, and that $1 million is going to help them get closer to their $7 million gap of ensuring they're able to continue, closing that gap of healthcare. And Borrego Health had a clinic here in Coachella, and making sure that we continue that. They continue that support. And then those are all my comments. And looking forward to the Halloween carnival tomorrow with everybody. And I'm trying to go to the, moving the park on Friday because it's that trick or treat. Move it, right, what it's called this, right?
Councilmember Vivian?
Very briefly, earlier this month, I attended the CVAG Energy and Sustainability Committee, and one of the hot topics was Mylar balloons. So the city of Palm Desert actually adopted a resolution where they wouldn't allow these type of balloons in their public spaces, so in their parks. And the reason for that, as you know, sometimes they can cause power outages and other crazy things. So during that meeting, they did ask, every committee member what we thought. They didn't necessarily want direction. And my response to them was, I need to take this and share it with my council and my colleagues and just let them know so that they can start thinking about that if, they were to ask the cities to kind of jump on board with that. But the only thing I would say too is, and this is something that I mentioned during that committee meeting, is we also have to think about enforcement, how we're going to enforce that, and then also the impact that it'll have on our small business community. We do have small business owners that, they sell Mylar balloons. That's like a big deal during the holidays, whatever it may be, Mother's Day and etc. Anyways, just wanted to bring that up to your attention. That was a hot topic for that committee meeting. And my apologies, I wasn't here at the last meeting. I was very sick, and so I tried pushing through, and I figured I wasn't going to be able to sit here for any time. So apologies for not being able to make it. And just really looking forward to more of the conversation when it comes to our street vendor ordinance. And thank you so much to staff. I know that you guys have been doing a really great job, especially with our latest event with the tacos. I forget the order it goes in. Tacos, chavela, and tequila, tacos, tequila, chavela. However you guys want to say it, but great job. It was a great event, really amazing turnout. Next year, I will not be judging, only because Maritza, you did not tell me all of the information about judging. So we go to every single vendor and we try their food. And I know it sounds like, well, obviously you should have known that. I didn't process that on time.
How many tacos did you eat?
Oh my goodness.
Did you eat all of like a whole taco every time?
No, I didn't. I stopped after the fourth one.
I was impressed by Dr. Figueroa. I think he
Great
impressed me.
job.
He's gonna be a judge next year.
Not to all of them.
It was a great event, really amazing turnout, but I will not be judging food ever again because that was a lot.
Be the judge.
That was a lot for me. But yeah, anyways, thank you guys. That was a great event.
Councilmember Delgado.
Thank you. So I've been added to the California League of Cities Riverside County Division Executive Committee, so I'm excited about that. I've also been accepted to attend the NALEO Policy Institute on Health, Creating Pathways Towards Latino Wellbeing. For Andrew, I did have a question, or if you can take a look or look into it, is the street light, the traffic light on Dillon, and I believe it's on Avenue 48. It hasn't been working now for like a few months, and I pass by it every single day. And so I'm not sure if you're aware of it, but it hasn't been working for a few months. So if we can take a look into what's going on there. I attended the Tacos and Tequila event. We did have a reduction of attendees this time. I know that there was a lot of events going on throughout the valley. I know Cat City was having something. They had, I think some folks were saying that there was free events throughout the valley, and obviously the Aquashore Arena is now bringing in a lot of folks as well. I would request and ask if maybe we can reconsider, is that we allow people to attend the event, since we do have music and stuff for the kiddos to do, and maybe not advertise it where they have to pay the $30. You know, obviously the $30 is to participate in the taco, you know, the food, but if we can just allow everyone to attend, you know, and whether they want to purchase something is up to them. I also know that the, you know, 10 meals is a lot. I don't know, you know, who goes through all 10, but maybe if we can allow maybe 2 participants, sorry. Sorry to all, to Councilmember and Virgin, but so maybe if we can allow maybe 2 people, you know, to use one.
They do, they're allowed.
They do, but I think that because of the way it's advertised, I think there's a fear that they might not be able to come in if they don't purchase more than one, or if each person doesn't have one. So I do ask that we just kind of rethink so that we can get a greater attendance. And then also is El Grito, I thought was really great during Sunday. And I know the tacos and tequila, while we do promote tequila, it's still over by 8 p.m. And so if there's other events going on, that maybe we just take that into consideration for next year as well. Additionally, SCAG will be holding an elected official workshop in the Coachella Valley in Palm Desert on Monday, November 6th at 11 a.m. And they are requesting that we participate if we can. In addition, they're also reaching out to other cities elected as well. We have the Peace Officer and Public Safety Awards 25th Annual. Do we have a table for that?
I got the email today, so.
Okay, good.
Sure.
And then if once we purchase that, if you can just send a calendar date, so we're reminded of it. And then for Selena, if you're still on here, is that I do ask that the outreach we do for the Avenue 52 Park, that if we move on it as quickly as possible, and the reason I say that is if the news picks up that we're or that we're moving that park, I prefer for them to hear it from us, you know, before they get wind of it from other people. And I'm looking forward to the pancake, our breakfast for the veterans, Synergy that same day, so we can help promote them that day. And then also I'm looking forward to the Dia de los Muertos 5K run. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
You know, it's been a good fall for us, family, and you know, this time of the year is a year that we all, you know, part of some of our favorite time of the year as a dad. You know, we're getting ready for Halloween and all that comes with it. Tomorrow at Big Duma, trick-or-treating, and then, you know, just the winter holidays and so forth. So we're looking forward to the next coming months and working with all of you and continuing to grow Coachella. You know, want to reiterate Councilmember Dr. Figueroa's comments regarding the you know, grant, the state budget request that Senator Garcia, who we applaud for, you know, being able to get $1 million. And the purpose of that, and the intent of that is for our community to know Borrego Health is no longer in the future, right? Now, DAP Health has taken over Borrego Health. And so these $1 million, that $1 million is to be used for that transition so that there's very little interruption for the delivery for our residents, for those that are using this, you know, Borrego, former Borrego, now DAP Health services, that, you know, we have the doctors and those that serve our community are already available. And so, and we look forward as a city and as the Mayor Pro Tem today, and hopefully our council is working with the assembly member to continue that budget allocation from the state to DAP Health and increase it. So we look forward to working with them. Aside of that, you know, I don't have much to report on. Just looking forward to the next 3 Saturdays before we have a city council meeting in November. You know, we have, Councilmember Delgado mentioned them. Next Saturday, we have our Dia de los Muertos event. And so we look forward to, you know, running with all of you. We challenge, I'm sure if us as a team, if you're listening, we need to get a team of the city council. We're probably the youngest city council in the Coachella Valley. And I think we probably could beat any other city council in average, and the mayor runs every morning, and so I think.
Mayor walks every morning.
I
There's
I
a
think-
difference.
I think we could outpace any other city in a 5K. I think there's a few council members that could beat us. Not challenging Councilmember Gina Sandy, she's a great runner, I heard. I'm not challenging her. I think everyone else, I think I'm okay. And then the following Saturday, we mentioned, we start the morning with the Veterans Pancake, so November 11th. So our family come out and go to Veterans Park, and that same day, at the at Dayland Park, we have Synergy. And the following Saturday is the community cleanup on the 18th. And so there's November's busy Saturdays for people. And then we also have our State of the City, and I'm sure, I just did my recording. I was a little under the weather last week, so I might come out. I was a little better when I recorded it, but we'll see how we come out. But we look forward to it and joining the community. What day is it again, Mayor? November 2nd, that's a week to Thursday. And so we look forward to attending that and joining all of you. Other than that, we have nothing to report. Looking forward to celebrating family, community, and health.
So my comments are just up, like paying attention to the details on our medians. And if you look at, and I was driving the city manager around on Cesar Chavez, and a lot of our lighting is down. A lot of our lighting is misplaced. And so when you look at just kind of like our lights throughout the city, just paying attention and fixing some of that. And I would advise that maybe we have staff cruise the city at night as well to really look at the number of streetlights that are out, because there are a number of them that are out. I haven't gotten an update, and I'd like to see an update on our road system, on what we're going to be prioritizing come next year. I think that's very, very important. And then I'd also like to get an update, Gabriel, on our help zone. What was the name we were?
Blue zones.
Our blue zone.
Yeah, I'm bringing that item at the
And
next.
so I've been talking to a couple of businesses, and Steve across the street is actually doing a cool little campaign of Just Move Coachella, and I participated in a walk run with them, and they must have had at least 45 different residents here that were in downtown, and we had a good little run. And then Melanie she has a little business out, her and her husband out there on F-50. They were talking about really trying to engage the community and make sure that businesses can start becoming active in the blue zones. And if we're going to move on this, we really have to start thinking about, like, what does the programming look like? How is the city going to engage with folks? Who's the liaison on staff is going to be with these members, and then really thinking about, like, safe streets and making sure we have a full connectivity, which I think we do, but we need to continue to move to tier 3 type streets and those types of engineering improvements. So I'd like to get an update, the seniors as well. I am going to bring up a concern that the council should be made aware. And I had a conversation with Gabriel. There's been a number of seniors who have been expelled or suspended from the senior center for periods that I think are pretty drastic. There are 3 and even a year. And I've had at least 6 or 7 seniors approach me, and they're elderly and they're pretty distraught. They're crying. And I brought this up to you, Gabriel. I brought this up to Maritza, and I want to understand better how we develop an expulsion plan, of not allowing our seniors to go back to the senior center. And whatever plan gets developed, I want this council to see it, and I want us to approve it. Because I think that particularly at that end of life, to be a year of like isolation and not around, folks is very drastic, and it's hard. And so I'm not sure how or why, this has occurred but I really need us to think through how we're treating our seniors and what's going on over there. And it's been more, I've had like 6 seniors that have approached me when I go visit them. And they're distraught and they're crying and they don't want to talk in public. And so that's something that I'm very concerned about. I also believe that we need to do some staff hours there. I'm gonna get you, Maritza, get you, Selena, get you, city manager, get you, Renee. And we're gonna go and sit down and we're gonna have staff hours and we're gonna field their concerns about anything that they want to talk about, whether it be streetlights, whether it be some code infraction, whether it be them wanting to see us a little bit more. But we need to go and give them the street hour, the man hours out there so that they can really feel part of that they're getting a response. And they really feel like they want to see us more. And so I'm gonna ask that we set that up and we go and we sit down for 2 hours, 3 hours, and then just hear them out on all of their concerns, and then just start developing a plan to address them. Even if we can't address them here at City Hall, we can link them to different agencies that can address them. So I'm gonna ask that we do that. With that, those are my comments. Gabriel will adjourn this meeting and open up the next special meeting. But are you okay?
Yeah, that was gonna be my comment.
Okay, well then, let me open up the agenda of the special meeting of the city of Coachella. The city council special meeting, the city council sitting as the Coachella Sanitary District, Coachella Fire Protection District, Coachella Financing Authority, Coachella Education and Government Access Cable Channel Corporation, Coachella Water Authority and the successor agency to the Coachella Redevelopment Agency, and the Coachella Parks and Recreation. All right, we'll move forward now. And I'll ask the clerk to know for the record the attendance. Can I get an approval of the agenda?
Motion approved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We will take into consideration the previous pledge of allegiance. We will move forward now on any presentations. There are none. Written communications, there are none. Consent items, there are none. We do have one new business calendar in this legislative and administrative. This is to adopt resolution 2023-72, authorizing the city manager the execution and delivery of an equipment purchase agreement with respect to the acquisition, financing, and purchase of certain equipment for the public benefit within terms provided herein, authorizing the execution and delivery of documents requested in connection therewith, and authorizing the taking of any actions necessary to the consummation of the transaction contemplated in this resolution, and resolution number SD 2023-05, authorizing the district manager the execution and delivery of a construction access reimbursement and lease agreement with the city of Coachella, and authorizing the taking of all necessary actions to the consummation of the transaction contemplated by this resolution. Gabriel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. This item, I apologize that it didn't make it to the agenda. We got agreements afterwards, and we need to move on this item quickly to secure our interest rate for the financing of this project. This is in regards to the energy savings project that was approved by City Council on July 26, 2023. It was to give Alliance Building Solutions a $5.4 million design build a project under Government Code 4217. This gives the contractor the ability to do the projects that we discussed that were energy conservation measures, which included the changing of street lights from the conventional to LEDs, the parking lights, the civic center, solar, and then the upgrades to the sanitary district. During this time, I'd like to call up Mr. Danny Kim to explain the terms of the financial agreement.
Danny, welcome. Haven't seen you in a while.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Danny Kim, a partner with Best and Krieger, serving as special counsel on this financing. I'm joined by other members of the financing team, Mike Bush, Wing-C Lee, Wing-C Fox from Urban Futures, and then from our offices, Jennifer Bradley and Zach Scalzo. So you have been there has been delivered to you a very detailed staff report on this financing. And so what I would like to do is just kind of highlight give a few highlights of the financing. As the city manager mentioned, you approved the Alliance Building Solutions Energy Improvement Project back in July. Now we are here to approve the financing of this project. What's being requested is an approval for an amount not to exceed 15.6 million. Financing will be a 20-year financing with a not to exceed interest rate of 4.35%. We went through a competitive bidding process. We asked various banks to submit their bids for or terms for this financing. And Bank of America came back with the most attractive and positive bid for this financing. And so they were selected. And the structure of this financing is what's called a lease financing, where the lessor, Bank of America here, leases the equipment that are being financed, and the city will be obligated to appropriate and make lease payments. In the event that the city fails to appropriate or make any lease payments, the remedy is repossession of the equipment, although highly unlikely or very difficult. As you know, a good portion of the entire financing is an improvement to the wastewater treatment plant of the sanitary district. And so we contemplated perhaps splitting up the financing into a general fund financing as well as a sanitary district sewer revenue financing. But we thought it would be a much cleaner structure where the city would be essentially the front obligor under the lease purchase agreement. And then with respect to the portion that benefits the sanitary district, that would be subleased to the sanitary district, and the sanitary district would then pay the portion of the lease payments, the total lease payments that are proportionate to the wastewater treatment plant improvements. One thing to note here is that with respect to the wastewater treatment plant, if the savings that are expected are not realized, the difference between the savings and the debt service payment would have to come out of rates. And so we just want the council to understand that there is a possibility that if there aren't sufficient coverage at this currently, the district would be required to essentially set rates, maybe increase rates such that you would be able to cover the difference. And that is because under your existing bond documents, existing outstanding bond documents, you are required to maintain rates at a certain level to have a certain debt service coverage. Another thing to note is that we are still diligencing the wastewater treatment portion of the financing from a tax diligence standpoint, as well as Bank of America's credit committee approval. And so we're working diligently with Alliance to get the remaining information that we've requested regarding the wastewater treatment plant project so that we can complete that diligence and move forward with the entire financing. The Bank of America terms or the rate lock expires on November 3rd, which is next Friday. And so we must be able to close everything by next Friday, or else essentially we would have to start over in terms of getting new bids. And since the time that we received the bid from Bank of America, we are told that rates have gone up approximately 50 basis points. Now it can go back down again in the future. As you know, the bond yield market is very volatile at this point. We really don't know exactly which direction it's going to go, but in the last several months, we've seen it go up and go down and go up and go down. What we're contemplating is that if for some reason we're not able to complete the diligence necessary with respect to the process optimization component. So the wastewater treatment plant component has two aspects. There's a solar panel piece and then the process optimization piece. And so we're very comfortable with the solar piece, but we're still doing the necessary work to conclude that we can move forward with the process optimization piece, which we're hopeful we will be able to do. But if we're not, then our plan is to complete the financing for everything but that portion, and then later come back with the financing for the remainder. So that is the current plan.
I would suggest that if we can't get it, then we just scrap the whole thing. That, you know, that at that point that it may make more sense to look at the project in its entirety again and see if we can work with somebody that can complete the whole thing and not chop it up.
That would be my recommendation as well.
Yeah, we shouldn't, it doesn't, like, it's interesting to me that this sounds like this is the number one financing option, but it's very complicated how you're describing. Were the other ones as complicated in terms of like, we might have to finance this over here or over there? That we need the equipment as leased?
No, I mean, all
It
general
sounds like-
fund,
yeah.
all general fund financing is of this structure. It has to be a lease financing.
But even the idea of having to split them up, like that you're going there, was that an option amongst the others?
Well, no, so unless the city's general fund, unless the council desires to subsidize the wastewater treatment plant with the general fund, then we have to do it this way. There has to be a breakup of the credit between the general fund and the sewer fund.
And but my point is this one. That if we can't find the optimization in the sanitary district, because the calculations are off, then I think we scrap the whole thing, the whole 15 mil. And we don't move forward with the original project because it was sold in a way that it was a whole package. It was a whole package. So if one portion of that package is not working, then the whole thing is not working. So then we may be better off as a city looking at repackaging it with some other entity that can get us what we need, as opposed to chopping them up.
Okay.
You know, that's my thinking right now. And in terms of how do we really get a true economy of scale to get it all done.
Understood.
Yeah.
So currently the resolutions are drafted to just approve the entire project. I was just laying out a potential course of action, but we will make note that the council desires that if we're not able to do all of it, that we would reconsider everything again.
Yes,
will
we
make
would
note of
probably
that.
want that as part of the motion as well, since the resolutions are set up, that either one, we finance it all, or now we break off a piece if we're not able to get to the comfortable level by next Friday, so.
Yeah, because that's how this was gonna work, is that it was all gonna be factored in, and then we were all gonna win on everything, right? We were gonna, all the streetlights, everything was gonna be, so if we're only able to do one, then it's gonna fall apart, you know, and do we really win in terms of seeing true reductions system-wide?
And it would just be, it would still be the city portion and the solar portion at the wastewater treatment plant, but potentially not the what do you call it, the optimization.
Optimization of
That's
our tank, of our tanks, so.
Is it possible to, if anyone else on the financing team has any further comments, do you want to, can they make themselves known that they want to speak?
Yeah, raise your hand.
No one? Is that a hand next to this? Okay.
Hello, is Danny, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Zachary Scalzo. I'm part of the public contracting team at Best and Krieger, and I've been assisting Danny and Jennifer in negotiating the equipment lease. There are, I just wanted to clarify. So the city approved the full amount, right? And from a public contracting standpoint, it could be possible to break up the design build contract into two contracts, one entered into by the sanitary district and one entered into by the city. We would still have to go through the same 4217 process, government code's same 4217 process. But it is possible to split them up in that way too, while separate financing is being generated from the for the wastewater treatment plant scope of work for the process optimization portion. And as far as that, we would just have to make the same energy savings findings. And I just wanted to clarify that. I'll let Danny speak to it. I was unclear if it's the council's preference to reduce the scope and approve a new contract in this same structure, or to go out and find new financing for what was approved. I was confused by that, and I was just
No,
wondering.
I don't think that's the council's intent, or at least that wasn't my intent.
Okay.
My intent is to make sure that the energy savings that we were promised, from the solar to the optimization process, to the city fixes, that those need to be realized in its entirety, because the savings should be realized in its entirety, and we shouldn't chop them up. Because our system's gonna not see the reduction. And so I'd rather have it all done and have it all worked out. Because if we chop it up, if we want to go back to the optimization process, we'll never be able to achieve that economy of scale again, because you'll be missing the solar component. And so the ask here is that if we're gonna do it, we're gonna do it all. And those savings are gonna be guaranteed to us so that it all works. Because if we start chopping it up, it's not gonna work.
Well, I want to just be clear. The solar and the optimization piece are not being chopped up. That is being looked at together at the wastewater, on the sewer fund, for the sewer fund.
Yeah, but the solar and the optimization process, you're doing some evaluation in terms of realizing the actual savings, right? I mean, what's the issue with
No,
optimization?
No, all we wanted to make sure that the council understood was that if the savings on those two components are less than the debt service on their portion of the financing, right? Because the whole idea is you lower your O&M cost enough where that savings will pay for the debt service. Solar and the optimization together. If for some reason that doesn't happen, the savings are not realized, and there's an issue with any guarantee that Alliance is providing, then that difference has to be made up somehow, because you have covenants under your existing bond documents or other financings that you would set rates sufficient to cover O&M and debt service. And so we just wanted to make sure that the council understood that there is no guarantee that there will not be any rate increase necessary. That's all. We haven't analyzed it and vetted their claim as to savings. We just wanted to alert the council that if that doesn't materialize, that's the consequence.
Understood.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, is that?
That's
conclude your
it.
presentation?
That's for me. If you have any further questions on me.
Any other further questions?
So we have two resolutions on the agenda. The first one is on behalf of the city, and the second one is on behalf of the sanitary district.
Oh, Wingsy, did you want to say something?
Yes, if I may, good evening, council.
If, just wanted to point out that Danny had said that rates are significantly higher now than when the rate that's offered by the current bank was locked in. So the current rate that's being locked in through next Friday is 4.344, whereas current rates are at least 4.82 or higher. So we're talking 0.5% higher. So if we at least don't move forward with at least a portion, it'll be more expensive, and it'll be more expensive on the general fund side. So that's why we're suggesting let's move forward with this, with as much projects as we can. Hopefully we can get to the full 15 million. But if we can't, it still would be better to move forward with all of the projects except the process optimization piece.
Mr. Estrada, you have a second?
Thank you.
So it looks like the savings really is in your department and your field, and how's the level? I'm not gonna say certainty, but what is the level of success that you feel that we can achieve those savings?
So when you think about the treatment plant, what they're proposing at the treatment plant is to build another oxidation ditch. That oxidation ditch is gonna add a capacity of, has a capacity of about 1.5 million gallons per day. And I imagine that piece of infrastructure probably has a cost of about anywhere from $8 to $10 million. And that's really that's what's gonna generate the debt, right? You're gonna have to finance that piece of equipment. And what they're proposing is that they would, so the treatment plant right now is really made up of two separate treatment plants. There was the original treatment plant that was built in the 60s. And then there was an upgrade to the treatment plant around, maybe we call it 2008. And in 2008, the improvement to the treatment plant was done through some bond issuance in the tune of, call it $25 million back in the day. And that expansion added these oxidation ditches that are meant to be more efficient. And so right now we have two of them. And together they have a capacity of 3 million because each one is 1.5. The older plant that was built in the 60s, that also has a capacity of 1.5. So their proposal is not that they would abandon this old plant, but that instead we would build another oxidation ditch that would take its place and operate at a more efficient. It'd be more efficient. Right now, the old plant has these, what they have determined are oversized blowers. And these blowers that are providing the oxygen to the treatment seems to be the reason for the high energy costs. And so they're saying, okay, well, if we finance this oxidation ditch and we can operate more efficiently, we don't have to operate these blowers, then there will be some savings there. And at the same time, we'll build these solar panels that are meant to provide all the energy for the entire treatment plant. So they're, the proposal or the idea is that you're optimizing your treatment process, and at the same time, you're building solar panels that are they're supposed to provide the energy for, that otherwise you would be purchasing from IID, and that somehow is get over the length of the financing is going to pay for the improvements. There has been, I think, some level of calculation that have been made as to what the savings are from not running the old plant, the portion that's from 1960. We have historical records of there's the problem right now, I think, that we have in front of us is that there's 1 meter to the treatment plant. So we don't know, we can't say this much energy is going to this old plant, and this much energy is going to the newer plant. And so let's just see how much energy we're using at the old plant. It's all combined. So there was a level of effort made by Alliance to at least look at the equipment that's tied to the old plant, the horsepower of the pumps, et cetera, to try to come up with at least what percentage of the overall historical billing cost could be associated to the old treatment plant, and then come up with some sort of savings. So that's as much as I've seen. The one thing that makes me a little bit comfortable is that I think Alliance is proposing that they would bring on Dudek to do the engineering, the design, to put in place this new oxidation ditch. Dudek has had a long history with the city. They built the expansion of the treatment plant in 2008. They've built a lot of the wells at the city, the reservoirs. They're well known here in the valley. And so I think from the engineering standpoint, I think Dudek can deliver a good product. But on the financing side, that's as much as I've seen. I think finance might have more information on the details, but that's as far as I kind of have gone on the financing side.
That's your comfort right there.
My comfort is that Dudek's gonna deliver a good product, and we just need to hope that that the solar panels that they're gonna build are gonna produce the energy that they're saying they're gonna produce. I think most of the savings are gonna come from the panels versus shutting off the old treatment plant and then running the new component. I think that's gonna be small. The savings is gonna come from the energy these panels can produce. And I think that's really what we're betting on.
Understood. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Well, we do have an item in front of us. And is there a motion?
Yeah, and let's approve both items separately, because that way we'll have one on behalf of the city and one on behalf of sanitary districts.
Is there a motion to adopt resolution 2023-72? I'll motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
A second? Can we get a roll call?
Councilmember Figueroa,
Aye.
Councilmember Virgen,
Aye.
Mayor Hernandez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Galarza,
Aye.
and Councilmember Delgado.
Yes.
And we just want to clarify with the motion, I know you talked about the condition.
It was, no, we didn't include that condition.
Okay. Just wanted to
Move forward on item number 2. This is adopt resolution SD-23-2023-05. And this is authorizing the district manager the execution and delivery of the construction access.
I would recommend that condition with the sanitary district.
Okay, and the condition is that if the processing, the optimization processing cannot be met, that the project in its entirety be reconsidered in its entirety.
And brought back to the council.
And brought back to the council. Okay, I will motion a resolution SD 2023-05. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second by Dr. Figueroa. Can I get a roll call?
Councilmember Figueroa,
Aye.
Councilmember Virgen,
Aye.
Mayor Hernandez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Galarza,
Aye.
Councilmember Delgado.
Yes.
We move on now to public hearings. There are none. Public comments. Anybody like to address the city council? Reports and requests? We are adjourned.